Chapter 11. Unwelcome Proposition. December had descended on Silver Creek like an overzealous decorator with a winter theme. Everything was blanketed in white. Trees stood like dark skeletons against the snow, and plumes of wood smoke were the only sign of civilization in what might otherwise have been a Christmas card gone mad. Clara checked her shopping list one final time, mentally calculating whether their supplies would last until Mr. Porter's next shipment from Helena. Walking to town had become an Olympic-level event since the snowfall. "I've added honey to the list," she told Hannah, who was sitting at the kitchen table with her tongue caught between her teeth, copying a passage from McGuffey's Fourth Reader with the intense concentration of a master forger. "Mrs. Jensen says honey works better than sugar for sore throats," Hannah observed. "And the store-bought kind isn't nearly as good as what they harvest from their own hives." "Another future project to consider when spring returns," Clara replied with a smile. "Perhaps you might research beekeeping requirements while I'm in town?" Hannah's expression lit up like she'd just been offered chocolate for breakfast. The tedious penmanship exercise transformed into preparation for a grand adventure. "I'll use the encyclopedia Mr. Peterson lent us," she declared, reaching for the volume before remembering her unfinished lesson. "After I complete this passage perfectly," she added with virtuous solemnity that Clara had to bite her lip to keep from laughing. "I'll return before midday if the path remains passable," Clara promised, securing her knitted scarf against the bitter cold. "Your father will be at the smithy until noon should you require assistance." The walk to town proved more challenging than anticipated. Overnight, the temperature had plummeted, turning previous footprints into icy death traps. Clara was questioning her life choices by the time Porter's General Store came into view, its windows fogged with promising warmth. The bell above the door announced her arrival with cheerful ignorance of the serious expressions that greeted her. Mrs. Porter stood behind the counter in hushed conversation with Mrs. Jensen and Mrs. Peterson. All three straightened when Clara entered, their expressions shifting from serious secret discussion to professional small-town politeness in the blink of an eye. "Miss Abernathy," Mrs. Porter greeted, moving from behind the counter. "You've ventured out despite the treacherous footing." "Just the usual winter supplies," Clara replied, retrieving her list, though additional coffee might be prudent given the increased time spent indoors. Mrs. Jensen and Mrs. Peterson exchanged meaningful glances before gathering their purchases with such artificial bustling that they might as well have worn signs saying, "We were talking about something you shouldn't know." As Mrs. Porter gathered Clara's items with robotic efficiency, she maintained an uncharacteristic silence that practically screamed, "I have gossip." Clara waited patiently. Experience had taught her that frontier reticence had the life expectancy of a chocolate teapot when faced with a juicy piece of news. "Sad business with Sarah Wright," Mrs. Porter finally said, setting a sack of coffee beans on the counter with unnecessary force. Though perhaps merciful conclusion to a difficult situation. Clara's hands froze on her coin purse. "Has something happened to Mrs. Wright?" "Childbirth complications," Mrs. Porter stated flatly. "Started 3 days ago, according to their housekeeper. Dr. Peterson returned last night looking grim as death itself. Said he'd done what medical science allowed, but held little expectation of recovery." An unexpected chill ran through Clara. Despite her complicated feelings about James Wright and his deception, she had genuinely respected Sarah during their brief interaction. "The children," she said softly, remembering the solemn-eyed little ones she'd glimpsed at church. "How terribly difficult for them, especially with Christmas approaching." "The grandmother arrived from Bannack yesterday," Mrs. Porter noted. "Though she's elderly herself and hardly equipped for managing active children alongside nursing duties, the return journey passed in thoughtful contemplation. By the time the Thornton home appeared through gently falling snow, Clara had formulated a clear course of action. Hannah greeted her with an enthusiastic presentation of her completed penmanship exercise, followed by a recitation of beekeeping facts that would have impressed an actual beekeeper. "Could we have chicken soup for dinner?" Hannah asked, "with dumplings like you made last week when my throat felt scratchy?" "An excellent suggestion," Clara agreed, "though perhaps we might make extra for those experiencing illness within our community. Like when Mrs. Peterson had influenza and we took soup and bread. Who's sick now that needs our help?" Mrs. Wright is experiencing a difficult childbirth, Clara explained carefully. Her family could likely benefit from nourishment that requires no preparation beyond simple heating. Hannah nodded with serious acceptance and retreated to her room while Clara began soup preparation. When Eli returned from the smithy for the midday meal, he found the kitchen filled with savory aromas and Clara organizing medicinal herbs alongside baking ingredients. "You've been productive this morning," he observed, washing at the basin, "though your expression suggests more than meal preparation occupies your thoughts." Mrs. Porter shared news that Sarah Wright faces significant complications from childbirth with poor prognosis for recovery, she replied. "Difficult situation," he acknowledged, "particularly with young children requiring care." "I'm preparing additional food to send to their household," Clara continued, watching him carefully. Something flickered briefly across Eli's features. Surprise, perhaps, at her apparent concern for the household connected to such a painful chapter in her recent history. "Your compassion extends even toward those whose actions caused you distress," he observed. "Sarah bears no responsibility for her husband's deception," Clara said quietly. "And innocent children shouldn't suffer for adult behavior." "Your moral compass maintains remarkable consistency," Eli observed after a thoughtful pause. "Many find convenient exceptions when personal comfort suggests alternative paths." The simple acknowledgement touched Clara more deeply than elaborate praise might have done. "Would you be willing to deliver the provisions when completed?" she asked. "My appearance might create uncomfortable confusion." Eli nodded without hesitation. "After completing Peterson's order this afternoon, though perhaps anonymous delivery would better serve your intention." "Sarah would likely recognize my cooking regardless," she noted with a small smile, "but discretion would indeed be appropriate." The morning frost had traced elaborate patterns across the kitchen windows when Hannah stood on tiptoe at the sink the next day. "It looks like fairy lace," she observed, "or the fancy paper doilies Mrs. Peterson uses for special company." Clara smiled while continuing to knead bread dough. "Jack Frost's handiwork shows particular artistry after bitter cold nights." "Will pay return before dark?" Hannah asked, abandoning the frost patterns. "He said the delivery might require overnight stay if snow conditions worsen." "That depends on weather rather than preference," Clara replied. "Your father will make prudent decisions based on safety rather than convenience." The sound of approaching hoofbeats interrupted their conversation. Hannah immediately dashed to the window, despite her unfinished arithmetic problems. "Someone's coming," she announced with excitement that suggested welcome diversion from schoolwork. "Not Pawswagon, but a man on horseback." Clara wiped flour from her hands and moved to stand beside Hannah, her casual movement disguising sudden wariness. The horseman approaching through lightly falling snow was unmistakably James Wright. His unexpected appearance, particularly during Eli's absence, created potential complications she would have preferred to avoid. "It's Mr. Wright," Hannah observed without particular emotion. "Should I put more water on to boil for coffee?" "That would be helpful," Clara agreed, though Mr. Wright likely comes on brief business rather than a social call. As Hannah moved to the cook stove, Clara straightened her apron and smoothed stray hairs beneath her cap with automatic movements born of ingrained propriety. She opened the door just as he reached the porch steps, forestalling his knock. "Mr. Wright," she greeted with polite neutrality. "This is unexpected, particularly given weather conditions." James removed his hat with exaggerated courtesy that immediately triggered her wariness. "Miss Abernathy," he replied, his voice pitched lower than normal. "I've come to express personal gratitude for your kindness during our household's difficult situation." "Simple Christian charity requires no acknowledgement," she replied, maintaining her position in the doorway. "How does Mrs. Wright fare? Improvement, I hope?" Something shifted in James's expression. A flicker of what might have been genuine emotion quickly mastered beneath resumed solemnity. "Sarah's condition remains grave," he stated formally. "The doctor holds little hope for recovery." Hannah approached from the kitchen, coffee pot in hand. "I've prepared coffee, Clara. Shall I pour a cup for Mr. Wright?" The question created an immediate social obligation Clara would have preferred to avoid, yet refusing basic hospitality during winter would violate frontier standards. "Please set it on the table," she directed calmly. Mr. Wright may wish brief warming before continuing his journey. This implicit invitation limited to specific purpose rather than general welcome, satisfied basic courtesy while establishing clear boundaries. James accepted with exaggerated gratitude that further heightened Clara's wariness. "You have a well-mannered household despite Mr. Thornton's absence," he observed as he settled at the kitchen table. "The girl shows evidence of proper feminine guidance, often lacking in households without maternal presence." "Hannah's natural intelligence makes guidance a pleasure," she replied, taking a position between the child and their visitor. "Perhaps you might share news of your children? Hannah could show Margaret the toy animals Mr. Thornton has carved." "Unfortunately, they remained at home with their grandmother," he replied, sipping his coffee with deliberate slowness. The journey seemed unnecessarily challenging, given weather conditions. Clara nodded while internally questioning why similar consideration hadn't prevented his own journey for such a minimal purpose. "Then perhaps Hannah might feed the chickens while we speak," she suggested. "They become quite vocal when their morning feeding faces delay." Hannah accepted this assignment with evident relief, donning her coat before disappearing through the back door with a chicken feed pail. "Your soup provided significant comfort," James said finally, his gaze holding unexpected intensity. "The herbal preparations accompanying it showed remarkable knowledge of medicinal properties. My grandmother possessed considerable healing wisdom," Clara replied, without encouraging further conversation. James set his coffee cup down with deliberate movement. "Sarah's condition worsens despite all intervention. The doctor believes death inevitable within days rather than weeks." Though delivered with appropriate solemnity, something in his tone suggested calculation rather than genuine grief. Clara maintained composed expression. "I'm deeply sorry to hear this. My prayers continue for Mrs. Wright." "Prayer occasionally yields unexpected outcomes," James acknowledged with apparent agreement, "though practical planning must proceed alongside spiritual supplication." Clara remained silent, unwilling to encourage whatever conversation he was steering toward. "Such planning must include consideration of the children's future needs," James continued, "particularly regarding feminine guidance their development requires, despite grandmother's temporary assistance." Understanding dawned with uncomfortable clarity. Clara maintained outward composure while inwardly preparing for a conversation she had assumed permanently concluded 18 months earlier. "Your children are fortunate to have extended family available during this difficult period," she observed, deliberately focusing on immediate support rather than future arrangements. James leaned forward slightly. "Extended family offers temporary assistance rather than permanent solution. Children require mother's influence for proper development." Clara met his gaze with steady assessment that communicated both understanding and preemptive rejection. "Your children deserve focused attention from someone whose primary concern centers on their specific needs," she replied evenly. "Patience during an appropriate mourning period would better serve thoughtful determination of suitable arrangements." James dismissed this with a slight wave. "Our previous arrangements, while unfortunately interrupted by temporary circumstances, represented logical solution to mutual needs," he stated bluntly. "With Sarah's passing, original intention could proceed with adjustments." The suggestion that Clara might simply step into the position his wife's death would create reflected such profound misunderstanding of her character that momentary speechlessness prevented immediate response. "Mr. Wright?" she said finally, carefully controlling her tone. "Your wife remains among the living, making such discussion not merely premature but profoundly disrespectful." He waved this objection aside. "Practical arrangements require advance consideration. Your current position as mere housekeeper hardly compares with the advantages marriage to an established rancher would provide. The Wright property encompasses 3 times Thornton's modest holding." The naked calculation confirmed Clara's assessment of his character. "My position within the Thornton household extends beyond economic arrangement," she replied with dignity. "Mutual respect and shared purpose provide foundation unnecessary to enumerate to outside observers." James' expression hardened. "Thornton offers employment without security or social standing. Our community acknowledges distinction between housekeeper and wife." Your current position provides neither legal protection nor social recognition appropriate to a woman of your background. The assessment contained elements of truth Clara had occasionally acknowledged during private considerations regarding her unusual circumstances. Security extends beyond legal documentation, she countered quietly, and respect transcends formal recognition. Consider the children, he suggested, his tone softening, innocent of adult complications, yet suffering consequences of maternal absence without offsetting presence capable of providing appropriate guidance. The reference to vulnerable children represented a more effective approach than material advantage, but Clara recognized the manipulation. Children indeed deserve primary consideration, she agreed steadily. Their needs extend beyond physical care to include moral example and genuine affection untainted by calculation. Models of integrity provide essential guidance whether through biological connection or relationship established through mutual respect. Before he could respond, Hannah's return provided welcome interruption. "They've started laying again," she announced triumphantly, displaying 2 brown eggs. "I found these in the corner nest where the speckled hen always hides them." "Excellent discovery," Clara praised, moving to help Hannah with her outdoor garments. "Perhaps these might become tomorrow's breakfast if your father returns this evening." The pointed reference to Eli's expected return provided clear indication that further discussion would not be entertained. James rose from the table with visible disappointment, poorly disguised beneath resumed formal courtesy. "I appreciate your hospitality," he stated woodenly, "and reiterate gratitude for charitable assistance." As he descended the porch steps, he paused and turned. "Consider your position carefully. Sentiment provides poor foundation for practical decisions regarding security and social standing. My offer remains available should reconsideration follow realistic assessment of current limitations." Clara remained silent, her steady gaze communicating the futility of continued pursuit of an arrangement she would never entertain. When he had finally departed, Clara found herself releasing tension she hadn't fully acknowledged until its source had been removed. Hannah watched her with uncanny perception. "He wasn't really here about the soup, was he?" she asked directly. "He looked at you the way Tommy Jensen watches Mrs. Peterson's apple pies, like he wanted to take something that wasn't being offered." "Mr. Wright's current difficulties may affect his judgment," Clara replied carefully. "Perhaps we might begin dinner preparation for your father's return?" Later that afternoon, Hannah's occasional glances toward Clara, quick assessing looks that disappeared when noticed, suggested something was bothering the child. "Is something troubling you?" Clara asked finally. "You seem unusually quiet." Hannah's hand stilled in the flour mixture. "I wasn't trying to listen," she began defensively. "But the chicken feed ran low, so I came back and heard Mr. Wright through the open window." "What part troubled you?" Hannah abandoned all pretense of biscuit making, flour-dusted hands twisting together. "He wants to take you away from us. I heard him talking about his property being bigger and worth more money than ours, like that would make you want to leave." "Mr. Wright misunderstands important matters," Clara said gently, kneeling before Hannah. "His suggestion reflected poor judgment and incorrect assumption." "But people do leave," Hannah countered, her young voice carrying wisdom born of personal experience with loss. "Even when they don't want to, like Ma. Mrs. Peterson says unmarried ladies only work in other people's houses until they find husbands." "Come," Clara said, rising and extending her flour-dusted hand. "Let's wash up and sit properly for this conversation." When they had settled in the front room's comfortable chairs, Clara considered her response carefully. "When I first arrived in Silver Creek, circumstances were quite different. I knew neither you nor your father, and my position represented employment rather than family connection. But what began as simple employment has become meaningful. The connections we form through shared experiences often prove stronger than formal arrangements." "Like how Tommy Jensen's pa adopted his stepdaughter after marrying her ma," Hannah suggested. "She has his name now because they became real family by living together and caring about each other." "Similar principle," Clara agreed. "The Thornton household has become my home through genuine connection with both you and your father. That attachment doesn't disappear simply because someone suggests material advantage. So you won't go live with Mr. Wright even though his ranch is bigger?" I would never consider such arrangement regardless of property size, Clara confirmed firmly. My place is here with you and your father. Hannah relaxed visibly. I was afraid, she admitted quietly. Like when Ma died and everything changed so quickly, I don't want everything to change again just when it feels right. The future holds many unknowns, Clara acknowledged honestly. But some things remain constant despite external challenges. The connection we've built creates a foundation that remains regardless of circumstance. You're part of our family now, Hannah stated with childish directness, even without a piece of paper saying so, like Pa always tells me it's actions showing what people really think, not just words. Your father's wisdom extends to many matters, Claire agreed, smiling at the simple distillation of complex emotional reality. When Eli returned the next day, Hannah rushed to greet him, but Clara cautioned her to wait until he could properly enter without letting precious heat escape. When the door finally opened, Eli's tall frame filled the doorway. His face, reddened from cold, held warmth in the golden lamplight. Pa! Hannah launched herself toward him. We saved breakfast flapjacks that Clara can heat right away. Flapjacks would be most welcome, he agreed, hanging his outer garments carefully, though coffee might precede them if convenient. Already brewing, Clara assured him, moving toward the stove positioned in anticipation of his arrival. Only when Hannah had returned to her lessons did Eli turn his attention toward Clara with an expression suggesting matters requiring private discussion. James Wright's wife died yesterday evening, he stated directly, when they were alone in the workroom. Funeral arrangements are scheduled 3 days hence. The children, Clara said softly. Such difficult timing with Christmas approaching. The grandmother remains with them, though Peterson mentioned her advanced age suggesting temporary arrangement rather than permanent solution. Before Clara could respond, Hannah interrupted with news of soup boiling over in the kitchen. Later, when Hannah had gone to collect eggs, Eli spoke again. Wright visited during my absence. Yes, Clara acknowledged simply. Yesterday afternoon. His visit extended beyond mere acknowledgement of charitable assistance, Eli observed, clearly inviting clarification. He wants to take Clara away. Hannah's voice from the doorway startled both adults, her silent return having gone unnoticed. Her simple statement hung in the kitchen air with unavoidable clarity. Eli turned toward his daughter calmly. Did Mr. Wright specifically state such intention during his visit? Hannah nodded, moving protectively closer to Clara. He told Clara his ranch is bigger and worth more than ours, like that would make her want to go live there instead of with us. Miss Abernathy makes her own decisions, Eli stated carefully. Such decisions reflect consideration of factors extending far beyond property size that hold little significance compared to meaningful connection. I already told Clara I know she wouldn't go with him, Hannah declared confidently. She said the Thorntons are her family now, even without papers saying so. Clara felt warmth rise in her cheeks at this innocent repetition of their private conversation. Later, in the smithy, Clara apologized for Hannah's abrupt disclosure. Children perceive essential truth while often missing nuanced detail, Eli observed. Was her assessment accurate? James Wright suggested his wife's passing would create household vacancy I might fill through marriage, offering property advantage and social standing, Clara confirmed. I declined, with appropriate firmness. You're considering his proposal, then? Eli asked, the question carrying neither accusation nor assumption but simple inquiry. Not for a single moment, Claire replied immediately. Material advantage represents poor compensation for absence of genuine respect and connection. Eli's expression revealed visible relief quickly masked beneath resumed composure. Wright's proposition reflects poor judgment. Calculation replacing authentic connection provides unstable foundation for commitment. As they returned to the house, Clara reflected that sometimes children identified truth adults complicated through unnecessary consideration. The Thorntons had become her family through daily demonstration. And if Eli's hand lingered just a fraction longer than necessary when helping her with her shawl, and if her heart skipped a tiny beat when their eyes met over Hannah's enthusiastic chatter, well, that was another simple truth waiting for the right moment to be acknowledged. Because some connections need no formal proposition at all. Chapter 12. Growing Shadows. January had settled over Silver Creek with all the subtlety of an over-enthusiastic winter decorator. Frost flowers adorned every window pane, transforming ordinary glass into miniature art galleries. The cold had driven most people indoors, making the mail stage's arrival an event that actually qualified as entertainment. Clara had just finished her weekly bread baking, 6 golden brown loaves cooling on the kitchen table, when she heard approaching hoofbeats. Hannah abandoned her penmanship practice to press her face against a small, clear spot she'd made on the window pane. "It's Tommy Jensen, and he's riding awful fast for such icy ground," Hannah announced, her breath creating a new layer of fog on the glass. Clara felt a flutter of concern. Urgent messages in bitter weather rarely brought news of surprise parties or lottery winnings. "Perhaps you should fetch your father from the workshop," she suggested, reaching for her shawl. By the time Clara stepped onto the porch, Thomas had already dismounted, his young face red from cold but bright with self-importance as he fumbled in his coat. "Pa said to bring this directly to Mr. Thornton," he announced, producing an envelope so fancy it looked positively embarrassed to be clutched in mittened hands. It came on today's stage from Boston, Massachusetts, and might be important business. Clara's heart quickened. This had to be the response to the samples they'd sent to Harrison Winthrop 3 months ago. The initial acknowledgement had arrived before Christmas, but the actual assessment of Eli's work had remained in limbo through the holidays. "Thank you, Thomas. Would you care for something warm before your return journey? The kitchen's quite cozy from today's baking." The boy shook his head, already remounting with the agility that made adults secretly hate children. "Pa's waiting to hear I delivered it safe, and Ma says more snow's coming before nightfall." As Thomas rode away, Eli emerged from his workshop with Hannah practically orbiting him with excitement. "Is it from the Boston man?" she asked, spotting the envelope in Clara's hands. "The one who's going to make Pa famous in the big eastern cities?" "Hannah," Eli admonished gently, though his eyes remained fixed on the envelope with an intensity that suggested he'd happily set aside parental wisdom for a peek at its contents. "Mr. Winthrop is a businessman considering an ordinary commercial arrangement, not a purveyor of fame." Clara extended the envelope toward him, noting how his fingers, so capable with the most delicate metalwork, seemed almost hesitant. "Perhaps we should open it inside," she suggested. "Whatever the contents, proper setting seems appropriate for news that represents months of effort." They moved into the kitchen, where the aroma of fresh bread created an... Clara found herself holding her breath as he read, watching his face for clues while attempting to prepare herself for either outcome with equal composure. Hannah seemed less concerned with such restraint, practically vibrating with anticipation. "What does it say, Pa?" she finally burst out when his continued silence became unbearable. "Did he like your work or not?" Eli looked up, something in his expression causing Clara's heart to leap. Without speaking, he extended the letter toward her, a gesture that spoke volumes about their evolving partnership. Clara accepted it with steady hands, her gaze moving rapidly across the formal business script. Greater than January 3, 1875, greater than Mr. Eli Thornton, greater than Thornton Metal Works, Silver Creek, Montana territory, greater than, dear Mr. Thornton, greater than, it is with considerable pleasure that I write to confirm Winthrop & Sons' interest in establishing a formal business arrangement regarding your exceptional metalwork, which has generated significant interest among our most discerning clientele. Greater than, your craftsmanship demonstrates technical mastery and artistic sensibility rarely encountered in contemporary metalwork, regardless of geographic origin or formal training. Greater than enclosed, please find executed contract reflecting terms previously outlined, along with initial bank draft representing commissioned works from 3 established clients who have selected specific designs from your portfolio for immediate production. The letter continued with praise for the distinctive character of Eli's work that integrated Montana's unique landscape, positioning it advantageously within current market trends favoring authentic American craftsmanship over mass-produced European imports. Clara looked up to find Eli watching her intently, his expression holding a question. Was this development as significant as it appeared, or merely polite business correspondence disguising limited opportunity beneath elaborate phrasing? This represents genuine success, she confirmed quietly. Not merely token interest, but substantial opportunity, with a pathway toward expanded market and continuing commissions. Hannah could contain herself no longer. What does that mean? In regular words that ordinary people can understand? Eli's lips curved in a rare smile that transformed his features from reserved composure to something approaching boyish delight. It means, Hannah girl, that people in Boston want to buy Pa's metalwork. Not just the practical pieces like hinges and gates, but the special designs that haven't had proper market here in Silver Creek. The ones you keep in your private workshop? Hannah clarified, her quick mind grasping the distinction. The beautiful things that Clara said deserved special attention from people who understand their real value? Exactly those, Clara confirmed, warmth expanding in her chest at the girl's perfect comprehension. Eli had turned his attention to what Clara now recognized as a bank draft, his expression shifting from pleased surprise to momentary shock quickly masked beneath resumed composure. "Is it a lot of money, Pa?" Hannah asked, attempting to peer at the paper. "Enough to buy that special medal you wanted for the church project." Eli carefully folded the draft and returned it to the envelope, his movements deliberately measured. "It represents a significant commission appropriate to the work required," he said finally. "Sufficient for both the church project and perhaps expansion of workshop facilities to accommodate increased production." Clara understood his restraint. Discussing specific amounts before Hannah would establish a precedent contrary to their shared belief that children benefited from general understanding of household economy without detailed financial knowledge. "This calls for celebration," she declared. "Perhaps we might have apple dumplings with supper? I've been saving the last of the good winter apples for a special occasion." "Can we invite Reverend Thomas?" Hannah suggested, bouncing slightly in her chair. "He always said Pa's work deserved wider appreciation than Silver Creek could provide." Eli shook his head, though his expression held fondness rather than denial. "Perhaps another time. Tonight seems appropriate for family acknowledgement before wider community involvement complicates straightforward appreciation." Clara recognized wisdom in his assessment. This initial success deserved private celebration within their household before navigating the inevitable community interest. When evening brought them together around the table laden with special foods, Hannah insisted on saying grace, a responsibility usually assumed by Eli. "Dear Lord," the girl began with unusual formality that suggested careful preparation. "We thank you for this food and for bringing our family together around this table. We especially thank you for helping important people in Boston recognize Pa's special talents that Clara always said deserved wider appreciation than just Silver Creek folks, who mostly want ordinary hinges and horseshoes without noticing the beautiful designs he creates in his private workshop." Clara caught Eli's gaze across the table, their shared amusement at Hannah's artless prayer mingling with deeper recognition of the truth her childish directness had captured. Each had seen value in the other that external assessment had previously failed to properly recognize. "And thank you," Hannah continued, "for sending Miss Clara to us, because without her writing those letters and sending Pa's best work to Boston with proper descriptions, those fancy Eastern people might never have discovered his talent hiding right here in Montana territory." "Amen," Eli said softly, the single word carrying weight through his tone suggesting beyond mere coincidence. "Amen," Clara echoed, her heart full with recognition of the journey that had brought her to this table. As they enjoyed the meal, venison prepared with particular care, vegetables from their summer garden, and apple dumplings drizzled with precious maple syrup, conversation flowed with unusual animation. "The workshop will require expansion," Eli noted. "Eastern commissions involve different timeline and production schedule than local custom, with single large orders replacing multiple smaller projects. You'll need proper assistance beyond occasional help from Peterson's boy," Clara observed. "Perhaps a formal apprentice would provide appropriate support while ensuring quality through proper training." Hannah listened with unusual attentiveness, her expression suggesting internal processing beyond childish excitement. When a momentary lull occurred, she offered an observation that captured essential truth with characteristic directness. "We're becoming a real family business now," she declared with evident satisfaction. Like in those stories where the father's special talents get discovered by important people, and then the whole family works together to fill the orders while maintaining the quality that made them special in the first place. Neither adult corrected her classification of their household as family, despite the absence of biological connection or legal documentation. The designation had emerged gradually through daily interaction and proven connection, requiring no official acknowledgement. Quality, indeed, requires protection regardless of increased production, Eli agreed, addressing the practical component while tacitly accepting the familial designation. Reputation established through exceptional craftsmanship demands consistent maintenance through careful attention. Clara nodded. Authenticity always requires protection, whether in craftsmanship or personal integrity. Maintaining essential character against external pressure represents a continual challenge. Something in this observation caught Eli's attention, his gaze meeting hers with recognition, suggesting parallel. Clara recognized the deeper conversation occurring beneath the surface exchange. Acknowledging challenges their household might face beyond mere business expansion, into territory involving community expectation regarding their unconventional arrangement. Discernment regarding appropriate boundaries versus unnecessary limitation represents essential wisdom, she agreed. Protecting genuine value while remaining open to positive development requires balance between careful discrimination and rigid resistance. Hannah looked between them with slight confusion. Does that mean Pa will still make special designs even when the Boston people order lots of pieces? It means, Eli explained, shifting to practical application, that success requires remembering what made our work special in the first place, rather than changing to match what might seem easier or more profitable, but would eventually destroy what people valued enough to seek us out. This explanation appeared to satisfy Hannah's curiosity while providing foundation for broader understanding applicable beyond this specific situation. As evening concluded with shared cleanup reflecting established routine, Clara found herself contemplating Hannah's innocent designation of their household as a family business, with deeper appreciation for the wisdom innocent perspectives sometimes captured more accurately than sophisticated assessment. They had indeed become family in every meaningful sense, individuals whose lives had become interwoven through daily interaction and proven loyalty, creating an authentic relationship deserving recognition regardless of conventional definition. When Hannah had finally been settled for the night with extra storytelling, Clara returned to the kitchen to find Ellie examining the contract with careful attention. "This represents a genuine turning point," he acknowledged without preamble. "Beyond mere business expansion into personal validation of artistic expression, previously maintained without external appreciation. Your talent deserved this recognition regardless of geographical limitation," Clara replied with quiet certainty. "The Eastern connection merely provides appropriate audience and suitable compensation for quality that existed independently." Ellie nodded, accepting this perspective without false modesty. Hannah's prayer contained significant truth despite childish expression. "Your involvement created a connection unlikely to develop through ordinary channels without appropriate introduction, establishing proper context for accurate evaluation." This acknowledgement touched Clara deeply, through its honest valuation of respective roles within their shared accomplishment. "Collaboration often produces results exceeding individual capability," she noted. "Partnership combining complementary abilities frequently discovers possibilities inaccessible to solitary effort." Something in this observation caused Eli's expression to shift from professional acknowledgement toward more personal recognition, his gaze meeting hers with intensity, suggesting awareness extending beyond business collaboration. "Some partnerships transcend original purpose," he said quietly, creating connection extending beyond specific function toward comprehensive relationship encompassing multiple dimensions without sacrificing authentic foundation. Clara recognized the pivotal moment this exchange represented, not a dramatic declaration, but thoughtful acknowledgement of an evolving relationship deserving recognition through honest assessment. "The most meaningful connections often develop gradually through proven reliability rather than dramatic declaration," she agreed. creating relationship whose genuine character transcends conventional definition through actual effectiveness, demonstrating authentic connection. This exchange created a moment of genuine intimacy through shared understanding, requiring no dramatic demonstration to establish its significance. We should review the contract details before formal acceptance, Eli suggested finally, returning conversation toward practical consideration without diminishing the meaningful exchange. Yes, Clara agreed, accepting this transition with appreciation for the balance between meaningful acknowledgement and practical function their relationship had always maintained. Partnership benefits from mutual assessment, regardless of individual expertise. As they bent over the contract together, shoulders occasionally touching as they examined specific provisions, Clara recognized the watershed this evening represented beyond mere business opportunity. The household had acknowledged both externally through Boston recognition and internally through their own exchange what had been developing gradually through daily demonstration. Whatever challenges tomorrow might present through community response, tonight had established foundation, providing stability against external pressure through shared understanding, requiring no dramatic declaration to confirm its significance within their lives. Sunday morning dawned clear and bitingly cold, the kind of January day when breath froze in midair and snow squeaked beneath boot soles. Church attendance had dwindled to only the most committed souls, making Clara uncomfortable aware of how visible they were to the entire congregation. After the service, Mrs. Porter approached with a smile that didn't quite manage to mask her curiosity. "Congratulations on Mr. Thornton's business success," she said. "News travels rapidly in our little community. Such recognition must bring significant changes to your household." Clara maintained her pleasant expression despite the underlying probing. "Mr. Thornton's talent certainly deserves appreciation. We're grateful for the opportunity to share his work with a wider audience." "Indeed," Mrs. Porter nodded, her gaze sliding sideways to where Reverend Thomas was speaking with Eli. "And such developments often prompt other adjustments in household arrangements, particularly those of a temporary nature." The implication hung in the air between them, neither subtle nor entirely explicit. "Every household adjusts as circumstances require," Clara replied evenly. "The Thorntons have been most gracious in accommodating my position." "Of course, dear," Mrs. Porter patted her arm with sympathetic condescension, "though I must mention," she lowered her voice dramatically, "certain people have developed strong opinions regarding your situation." Before Clara could respond, Reverend Thomas appeared at her side. "Miss Abernathy, might I have a word in private? A church matter requiring your particular insight." "Of course," Clara agreed, grateful for the rescue despite her curiosity about what certain people Mrs. Porter had been referencing. Once inside his study, the minister's expression turned serious. "I felt you should be aware of rumors circulating through Silver Creek," he said directly. "Two conflicting narratives have emerged that could affect your standing in the community." Clara composed herself, though her heart quickened. "I would appreciate knowing their nature, however unpleasant. The first suggests you've set your cap for Eli Thornton, with some believing your Boston connections were cultivated specifically to hasten what they see as an inevitable marriage." He paused, watching her face carefully. "The second, more troubling rumor, claims you maintain a secret understanding with James Wright, waiting for an appropriate period following his wife's passing before fulfilling your original." Clara's cheeks flushed despite her attempt at composure. "Both narratives are entirely without foundation," she replied evenly. "Though I cannot prevent such speculation, I'm grateful for your candor in sharing it." "I believed you deserved warning," he said kindly. "Frontier communities thrive on such talk, particularly regarding unusual household arrangements. Your position with the Thorntons, while perfectly respectable, invites curiosity because of its uncommon nature. What would you advise?" Clara asked, valuing his perspective. "Continue as you have been, with dignity and propriety. Time and consistency prove the most effective answer to unfounded gossip." His expression softened. "Though you might consider how long your current arrangement can continue without resolution of some kind. The community expects established patterns, and exceptions eventually require explanation." Clara nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Regardless of others' speculation, my first concern remains Hannah's welfare and the proper functioning of the household. A commendable priority, Reverend Thomas agreed. But remember that your own reputation also deserves protection. I have observed genuine respect developing between you and Eli Thornton. Whatever path lies ahead, it should honor that foundation rather than community expectation or gossip. As they rejoined the fellowship gathering, Clara spotted Eli watching for her return, Hannah beside him with a plate of cookies. His expression held quiet concern, though he asked no immediate questions. Walking home through the crisp January afternoon, Clara contemplated the minister's warning. The conflicting rumors represented opposing interpretations of her presence in Silver Creek, yet both missed the truth of her situation. A woman who had found purpose and belonging where she least expected it, facing an uncertain future that community gossip could neither predict nor dictate. Was Reverend Thomas's church business of serious nature? Eli asked finally, his voice carefully neutral. Merely community matters requiring discreet discussion, Clara replied, not yet ready to share the specifics of such personal speculation. Nothing affecting our household directly, Hannah skipped ahead, unaware of the undercurrents between the adults. Clara watched her, realizing with sudden clarity that her attachment to both Thorntons had grown beyond any consideration of reputation or standing. Whatever shadows gossip might cast, the light within their home had become her true measure of what mattered. January surrendered to February, with little improvement in weather, the bitter cold maintaining its grip on Silver Creek with unrelenting determination. Church attendance had dwindled to only the most committed souls, making James Wright's presence each Sunday all the more conspicuous. His deliberate positioning near the Thornton pew and his pointed attention toward Clara after services created whispers that rippled through the congregation like wind through prairie grass. "Another package arrived for you yesterday," Eli mentioned one evening as Clara mended Hannah's winter stockings beside the fire. His tone carried forced casualness that failed to disguise his awareness of the growing situation. "Mrs. Porter said Wright left it specifically in your name." Clara's fingers stilled on her needle. "I'll return it unopened, as with the others." "The town notices," Eli continued, his gaze fixed on the account book before him rather than meeting her eyes, "his intentions have become impossible to misinterpret." "His intentions mean nothing to me," Clara replied, resuming her stitches with deliberate focus. "I've made that abundantly clear." Silence stretched between them, filled only by the crackling fire and Hannah's soft breathing from where she'd fallen asleep over her reading. When Eli finally spoke again, his words struck with unexpected force. "Perhaps you should consider his interest more seriously," he said quietly, "for propriety's sake, if nothing else. A widow with established property offers security that few women in the territory can hope to obtain. The suggestion that she might accept James Wright's courtship, after everything they had learned of his character, stole Clara's breath more effectively than the bitterest winter wind. That Eli would suggest it would consider her character so changeable, her loyalty so conditional, created a pain unlike any she had experienced since arriving in Silver Creek. "I see," she managed finally, her voice barely audible above the fire's soft popping. She rose, carefully setting aside her mending. "If you'll excuse me, I should settle Hannah in her bed." "Clara," Eli began, something in his tone suggesting immediate regret. "Good night, Mr. Thornton," she said formally, the name they had long ago abandoned in private cutting like the sharpest blade in its deliberate distance. As she guided the sleepy child to her bedroom, Clara's composure remained intact through sheer force of will. Only when Hannah was tucked safely beneath her quilts did Clara retreat to her own small room, where the silver rose Eli had carved still held pride of place on her bedside table. She stared at it in the lamplight, a physical emblem of what she had believed was growing between them. Trust, respect, and something deeper neither had put into words. That he could so readily suggest she transfer her affections to a man like James Wright, as if her heart were a piece of luggage to be handed from one man to another for convenience's sake, revealed a fundamental misunderstanding so profound she could scarcely comprehend it. Or perhaps, a terrible voice whispered in her mind, It revealed she had misunderstood everything about her place in the Thornton household all along. The following days stretched like frozen molasses, each minute crawling past with painful slowness. Clara maintained her duties with mechanical precision, while Hannah watched with confused concern as the adults in her life moved around each other with cautious formality that bore no resemblance to their usual easy companionship. Eli made several attempts at conversation that Clara answered with polite brevity, his evident remorse meeting her wounded dignity in stalemates that resolved nothing. On Wednesday afternoon, the news arrived with the speed that only tragedy could command in a small community. Sarah Wright had died in childbirth the previous night, though the infant girl had survived against expectation. By evening, candles burned in windows throughout Silver Creek in silent recognition of another mother lost, another household broken. Clara prepared a basket of food and necessities for the Wright children without comment or consultation, her Christian duty transcending personal feelings, despite the complicated emotions surrounding the household. Eli watched her work, his expression a complex mixture of admiration and something deeper she refused to examine too closely. "Your compassion shames me," he said finally, breaking days of strained silence. "I spoke without thought or understanding." Clara tied a clean cloth over the basket with careful movements. "We all make mistakes in judgment, Mr. Thornton." Before further conversation could develop, hoofbeats approached the house, unusual for dusk on a winter evening. Eli moved to the window, his posture stiffening as he recognized the rider. "Right," he said simply, the single word carrying volumes of meaning. James arrived with the exaggerated solemnity of recent widowhood, though his eyes held calculation rather than grief as he surveyed the Thornton kitchen. He acknowledged the basket with perfunctory thanks before turning his attention fully to Clara. "I've come on a matter of some urgency," he announced, seeming to savor the moment as he withdrew a small box from his coat. "With my dear Sarah gone to her reward, my children require maternal guidance. I believe you and I had an understanding before unfortunate circumstances intervened." Clara felt, rather than saw Eli's sudden stillness at these words, the implications hanging in the air between them. Before she could formulate a response, James continued with practiced speech that suggested rehearsal. "I'm here to formally renew my offer of marriage," he stated, opening the box to reveal a modest gold band. "My ranch provides substantial security, my position in the community guarantees respectability, and my children need a mother's care." The deliberate public nature of his proposal, delivered in the Thornton kitchen with witnesses present, represented calculated strategy rather than romantic impulse. Clara recognized the trap with perfect clarity. Refusal would appear heartless toward motherless children, while acceptance would betray everything she had built within these walls. "Your wife is scarcely cold," she managed finally, her voice steady despite the storm within. "This is hardly the time for such discussions." "On the contrary," James countered smoothly, "my infant daughter requires immediate maternal attention. Practical necessity outweighs conventional mourning periods in frontier situations." Clara glanced toward Eli, finding his expression carefully neutral despite the tension evident in his jaw. Whatever his private thoughts, he would not influence her decision either to stay or go, a realization that carried both respect for her autonomy and painful distance, where she had once hoped for passionate conviction. "I cannot provide an immediate answer to such a significant proposal," she said finally, finding refuge in formality, where emotion threatened to overwhelm her. "Perhaps I might visit your home, see the children's situation, before rendering a decision that affects so many lives." Something like triumph flickered across James's features, quickly masked beneath appropriate solemnity. "Of course, Friday would be suitable. I'll send the wagon." He rose, his mission accomplished. "Until then, Miss Abernathy." After he departed, silence settled heavy as January snow between Clara and Eli. Hannah, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet throughout the exchange, looked between them with troubled eyes. "You won't go with him, will you, Clara?" she asked, her voice small but determined. "You belong here with us." Clara knelt before the child, smoothing her hair with gentle hands that betrayed none of the turmoil within. "Sometimes adults must consider complicated matters from all perspectives before making important decisions," she said carefully. Visiting the right home doesn't mean I've made any choice beyond gathering necessary information. She felt, rather than saw, Eli's gaze upon them both, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air between them. When she finally met his eyes, she found a question there he seemed unwilling or unable to voice. Whether her consideration of James's offer reflected genuine interest or merely obligation born of propriety and compassion. "I should see to the bread rising," she said, rising with careful dignity that masked the trembling within. As she moved toward the kitchen, she wondered which hurt more deeply. That James Wright believed her character so malleable she might accept him despite his deception, or that Eli Thornton apparently believed the same. Chapter 13. Painful Separation. Friday morning dawned with leaden skies that perfectly matched Clara's spirits as she folded a second dress into her small valise. The weathered leather bag, a remnant from her journey west nearly 2 years ago, seemed a fitting symbol of how life had circled back upon itself with cruel symmetry. Once again, she prepared to enter a household where she wasn't certain of her welcome, driven more by circumstance than choice. A soft knock at her door interrupted these melancholy reflections. Hannah stood in the hallway, her eyes reddened and her chin trembling with barely contained emotion. "Do you have to go?" she asked, the simple question carrying layers of fear that Clara recognized all too well, the terror of another female presence vanishing from her young life. Clara knelt before her, smoothing wayward strands of dark hair from the child. "It's only a brief visit to help with the new baby," she explained gently. "Remember how tiny your cousin was when we visited at Christmas? Newborns require special care, especially without a mother." Hannah's lower lip quivered. "Promise you'll come back? Not like Ma?" The innocent question pierced Clara's carefully maintained composure. "Your mother had no choice in leaving you," she said softly. "My visit to the right home is temporary, just long enough to ensure the baby receives proper attention while I consider what duty requires." "Your duty is here," Hannah insisted with a child's direct certainty. "With us." Before Clara could fashion a response that balanced honesty with appropriate reassurance, Eli's voice called from the kitchen, the careful neutrality in his tone evident even through the brief announcement. "The wagon is ready, whenever you are." The journey to the Wright Ranch normally took less than an hour, but today it stretched before Clara like an endless expanse. Eli loaded her valise with mechanical precision, his movements efficient and his expression unreadable as he helped her onto the bench seat. Hannah's farewell had been tearful but brave, the child clinging to Clara's promise that 3 days would pass quickly, especially with the distraction of caring for the chickens and helping Mrs. Jensen with weekend bread baking. They had traveled perhaps halfway when the first distant rumble of thunder broke the strained silence between them. Eli glanced toward the western horizon, where dark clouds gathered with alarming speed, the kind of sudden storm that sometimes swept across the territory with little warning despite the season. "We should seek shelter," he observed, his first words since they'd departed. "That storm will bring lightning, and the road ahead crosses open ground for nearly 2 miles. Clara nodded agreement, her practical nature overriding the emotional discomfort of prolonged proximity the delay would necessitate. "Is there somewhere nearby?" "Old Line Shack, about a 1/4 mile east," Eli replied, already turning the horses toward a barely visible track leading away from the main road. "Used by the stage company before they changed routes 3 years back. Basic shelter, but sound enough to weather a passing storm." The first heavy raindrops struck as they reached the abandoned structure, a single-room cabin with a sagging porch and shuttered windows that had somehow survived both weather and occasional travelers seeking firewood. Eli helped Clara down with careful hands that released her the instant her feet touched ground, the deliberate distance between them more noticeable for the effort it required. Inside, the shack offered little beyond 4 walls and a roof. A rusty stove with broken grates, a rough-hewn table pushed against one wall, and what might generously be called a bench beneath the single window. But the roof appeared intact, and the absence of animal tracks suggested no current residents had claim to the shelter. "Not much, but it's dry," Eli observed unnecessarily as thunder cracked directly overhead, sending vibrations through the floorboards beneath their feet. "Storm like this usually passes quickly, though with considerable enthusiasm while it lasts." Clara nodded, moving toward the window to unlatch the shutter and provide what light the storm-darkened sky could offer. The simple task gave her something to focus on beyond the awareness of being alone with Eli for the first time since their painful conversation days earlier. When she turned back, she found him watching her with an intensity that suggested internal struggle rather than casual observation. "Why are you doing this, Clara?" The question emerged without preamble, his voice rough with emotion previously concealed beneath careful neutrality. The directness caught her unprepared. "The baby needs, not the right infant," he interrupted, uncharacteristic impatience breaking through his usual measured speech. "This. Consideration of his proposal. After everything you know about the man's character, his deception, his calculated approach even before Sarah's properly buried, why would you consider him even for a moment?" The question, so close to what she'd asked herself through sleepless nights, deserved honest answer despite the pain truth might inflict upon them both. She drew a steadying breath, grateful for the storm's darkness that partially concealed her expression. "Because remaining with your household grows increasingly untenable," she replied quietly. "Silver Creek has expectations regarding proper arrangements. Already the whispers have begun. Speculation about my intentions. Your vulnerability as a widower. Hannah's attachment to me beyond appropriate bounds for mere employee. Eventually, such pressure would create resentment, where now there is only—" She faltered, unwilling to name what had developed between them. "Only what?" Eli pressed, taking a step closer, despite the careful distance he'd maintained since their wagon ride began. Lightning flashed, illuminating his features with stark clarity. The tension in his jaw, the intensity in his gaze that suggested her answer carried weight beyond mere words. "Only respect and mutual purpose," she finished carefully. "I would rather leave while those remain intact than stay until external pressure forces a choice made from obligation rather than genuine desire." Something shifted in his expression. Pain or understanding, perhaps both intertwined beyond separation. "You believe I would resent you? That community expectations would dictate my feelings?" "I believe loss changes people," Clara replied, her own painful history coloring her words. "My father was the strongest man I knew, yet grief for my mother transformed him into someone who could barely function. I watched him withdraw from life, from me, despite his love for us both. When my parents died in that fire," she paused, steadying herself against memories rarely shared. "My aunt took me in from duty, not desire. The difference is unmistakable, Eli." The use of his given name, avoided since their painful conversation days earlier, hung between them like the charged air before lightning strikes. "I fear loving and losing again," he admitted, the confession evidently costing him considerable effort. "Margaret's death nearly destroyed me. Without Hannah's need for stability, I might have followed my wife into the grave through sheer grief, if nothing else." His gaze held Clara's steadily now. "But fear of potential loss is poor reason to reject present joy. I was wrong to suggest Wright's interests deserved consideration. Wrong and cowardly." Clara's heart thundered in rhythm with the storm raging outside. "Then why did you?" "Because I thought perhaps you wanted an excuse, a way to secure a respectable position without the complications our situation presents. I believed I was offering freedom rather than rejection." He shook his head slightly. "I've made a poor job of expressing what truly matters." Though neither had moved physically closer, Clara felt the distance between them narrowing with each honest word. "And what does truly matter, Eli? That you've brought life back to a household that was merely existing before your arrival. That Hannah needs you in ways I cannot fulfill regardless of my best efforts. That I—" He stopped. Years of contained emotion struggling against habitual reserve. The storm's fury began to abate, the space between thunderclaps lengthening as the worst of the deluge passed eastward. Through the window, weak sunlight pierced the clouds, creating momentary golden beams that caught dust motes dancing in the shack's still air. "We should continue on," Clara said finally, recognizing that some truths, once spoken, would render return to previous patterns impossible. "The Wrights will be expecting me, and Hannah will worry if the storm reaches town before we've had time to arrive at our destination." Eli nodded, understanding that practical necessities provided safer territory than emotions. Neither seemed quite ready to name explicitly despite their honest exchange. "I'll check the horses." As they resumed their journey along mud-slicked roads, the silence between them had transformed from strained distance to thoughtful consideration. Whatever understanding had developed within that weather-beaten shack remained too fragile for casual conversation, yet too significant to dismiss as momentary honesty born of unusual circumstance. When the Wright Ranch appeared on the horizon, Clara felt Eli's glance upon her profile, a question in his gaze that required no verbalization to communicate its meaning. Was this journey necessary now that truth had begun to emerge between them? 3 days, she said quietly. I'll see the infant properly settled, assess what Christian charity requires, and return with clear conscience regarding duties fulfilled. His hand covered hers briefly where it rested on the wagon seat, the first deliberate touch he had initiated since their rift began days earlier. We'll be. James awaited her arrival on the wide porch, his black mourning armband the only concession to his recent loss. His smile, too practiced to convey genuine warmth, greeted her as Eli's wagon disappeared down the muddy track. "Miss Abernethy," he said, executing a slight bow that seemed better suited to an Eastern parlor than a Montana Territory ranch. "Welcome to what I hope will soon be your home. Your timing is fortuitous. The infant has been particularly demanding this afternoon." Clara allowed him to take her valise, maintaining a polite distance as she mounted the porch steps. "I've come to help with the baby and assess the children's needs, Mr. Wright. Nothing more has been decided." If her firm reminder of her limited commitment displeased him, he masked it beneath continued formality. "Of course, though I'm confident you'll find our home offers every comfort and advantage a woman of your background might desire." The interior confirmed James's evident pride. Oak furniture that must have been freighted at considerable expense, Brussels carpet in the parlor, and coal oil lamps with painted glass shades casting warm light against walls hung with frame landscapes of places Clara didn't recognize. It was a prosperous home by any measure, yet something in its perfect arrangement struck her as oddly artificial, like a stage set awaiting actors rather than a living home bearing the natural imprint of its inhabitants. "Mrs. Finch has been managing household matters since Sarah's passing," James explained, leading Clara toward the kitchen where a thin, gray-haired woman stood kneading bread with mechanical movements that suggested duty rather than care, and attempting to quiet the infant, though with limited success. The housekeeper looked up, undisguised relief washing over her tired features at Clara's appearance. "Thank the Lord," she murmured, wiping flour-covered hands on her apron. "The little one's just settled after crying most of the day. The bottle feeding isn't agreeing with her poor mite." "This is Miss Abernethy," James announced with unnecessary formality. "She'll be taking charge of the children, particularly the infant, during her stay with us." Something in Mrs. Finch's expression, a flicker of assessment quickly masked, caught Clara's attention, though the woman merely nodded and said, "I'll show you to the nursery then. The boys are with their grandmother in the east bedroom, but Sophia's been keeping watch over her sister these past hours." The nursery proved to be a well-appointed room, containing a small cherrywood crib where a newborn lay swaddled in white flannel, her tiny face reddened from recent crying. Beside her sat a girl of perhaps 7 years, her posture unnaturally straight for a child, her eyes too watchful as the adults entered. "Sophia," James said, his tone carrying neither warmth nor particular coldness, but a strange detachment that seemed at odds with addressing his own child. "This is Miss Abernethy. She'll be caring for the baby now. You may return to your lessons." The girl rose without speaking, executing a perfect curtsy that struck Clara as disturbingly practiced for one so young. Her features, delicate and remarkably like the portraits Clara had glimpsed of Sarah Wright in the parlor, remained composed in a manner that seemed more like suppression than natural calm. "I'm pleased to meet you, Sophia," Clara said gently. "Perhaps you might tell me your sister's name? Your father hasn't mentioned it." A flash of confusion crossed the child's face. "She doesn't have one yet," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Pa says there's no hurry since she's just called Baby for now." Clara glanced at James, Unable to mask her surprise, the infant appeared to be at least a week old, and even in the direst circumstances, naming a child typically occurred within days of birth, as matter of both practical necessity and spiritual significance. "I thought perhaps Sarah might have chosen a name before her passing," Clara suggested carefully, watching James's reaction. His expression hardened momentarily before smoothing into practiced pleasantness. "My late wife's condition prevented such discussions," he replied with finality that discouraged further inquiry. "Sophia, you were given instructions regarding your arithmetic. I suggest you attend to them without further delay." The girl slipped from the room with silent obedience that struck Clara as more concerning than any childish resistance might have been. Mrs. Finch lingered only long enough to explain the location of the infant's supplies, before excusing herself to attend to supper preparations, though not before casting a glance at Clara that seemed to contain some unspoken message she couldn't decipher. Left alone with James and the sleeping newborn, Clara felt a strange unease that transcended the natural awkwardness of her situation. "The baby appears healthy despite the feeding difficulties," she observed, maintaining conversation on neutral ground, "though she's quite small." "She came early," James replied, his attention more on Clara than the infant. "Let me show you the rest of what would be your domain as mistress of this house." His emphasis on the role carried unmistakable significance, a reminder of the purpose behind her visit that Clara had no intention of fulfilling, regardless of what Christian charity might require regarding the motherless children. As he led her through the substantial house, Clara noticed several doors remained closed. "With James' private storage," he explained when she finally inquired directly about a heavy oak door with what appeared to be a newer lock than the others. "Sarah kept personal possessions I haven't had heart to address since her passing." The tour concluded in the dining room, where the table had been set with what was clearly the household's best china and silver, an elaborate display for a family in mourning. Two boys, perhaps 5 and 3, sat with rigid posture beside an elderly woman whose resemblance to Sarah Wright marked her as the children's grandmother. "Mrs. Blackwood, my late wife's mother," James introduced with smooth courtesy. "She's been assisting with the children until more permanent arrangements can be made." The woman's tired eyes assessed Clara with neither hostility nor particular welcome, merely the exhaustion of grief combined with duties beyond her physical strength. "You're the Boston girl," she stated flatly. "The one who came for James before realizing Sarah existed." Clara managed not to flinch at the blunt characterization. "I've come to help with the children, Mrs. Blackwood. Nothing more has been determined beyond that Christian duty." Supper proceeded with oppressive formality, James holding forth on ranch matters while the children remained silent unless directly addressed, responding then with careful phrases that sounded rehearsed rather than natural. The contrast with the Thornton table, where Hannah's chatter flowed freely and opinions were exchanged with easy respect, created an ache in Clara's chest that she carefully concealed behind appropriate mealtime conversation. Later, as twilight settled across the ranch yard, Clara wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped onto the porch, seeking both fresh air and a moment's respite from the strange tension that seemed to permeate the Wright household despite its material comfort. The landscape spread before her, beautiful in the fading light, yet she found her gaze drawn to a small fenced area perhaps 100 yards from the house, where fresh earth marked what could only be Sarah Wright's final resting place. Acting on impulse born of both respect and curiosity, Clara descended the porch steps and walked toward the small cemetery. She had nearly reached the white picket fence surrounding it when James's voice rang out behind her with unexpected sharpness. "The area is private." She turned to find him striding toward her, his expression holding none of the calculated pleasantness he'd maintained throughout the evening. "I merely wished to pay my respects to your late wife," Clara explained, surprised by his evident anger. "Such gestures are unnecessary and inappropriate," he replied, taking her elbow with firm pressure that stopped just short of painful as he guided her back toward the house. "Sarah rests with God now. Our concern must be for the living." The incident left Clara unsettled as she prepared for bed in the guest room James had assigned her, a well-appointed chamber that nonetheless held a strange emptiness, as if recently cleared of personal items. The infant had been moved to an adjoining room with a connecting door, allowing Clara to tend her through the night without disturbing the household. She had just completed her evening prayers when a soft sound from the hallway caught her attention. Not the baby's cry, but something more furtive. Opening her door cautiously, she found Sophia standing frozen in the dim light of a single wall sconce, tears tracking silently down her small face. "What's wrong, child?" Clara whispered, drawing the girl gently into her room to avoid waking the household. "Are you ill?" Sophia shook her head, her shoulders trembling with suppressed sobs. "I just wanted to look at Mama's things," she whispered. "But Pa took them all away. He said we can't talk about her anymore. Ever. That it's time to forget and move forward like she never was here at all." The cruel directive delivered to a grieving child with such callous disregard for natural emotions stunned Clara momentarily speechless. She gathered Sophia into a gentle embrace, feeling the girl's initial stiffness gradually yield to desperate need for comfort. "Your mother will always be part of you," Clara murmured against her hair. "In your heart, in your memories, in the person you'll become. No one can take that away, Sophia, even if they forbid speaking her name aloud." "Pa says a new mother will come soon," the girl whispered, her voice muffled against Clara's nightdress. "He says you'll make us forget her." Cold certainty settled in Clara's stomach as pieces aligned with disturbing clarity. James's calculated pursuit, his excessive formality masking fundamental coldness, his determination to erase Sarah's memory rather than honor her place in her children's hearts. Whatever his outward prosperity and position might suggest, the man's character revealed itself through his treatment of those dependent upon him, particularly these vulnerable children, whose grief he dismissed as inconvenient obstacle to his plans. "Listen carefully, Sophia," Clara said, drawing back to meet the child's tearful gaze. "I cannot replace your mother, nor would I ever wish to make you forget her. A good parent treasures the love you carry for those who came before, understanding that hearts expand to hold new affection without diminishing what existed first." The girl studied her with solemn assessment beyond her years. "Like the baby," she whispered, "I can love her even though—" She trailed off, some unspoken shadow crossing her features. "Even though?" Clara prompted gently. Sophia glanced toward the door with instinctive caution that spoke volumes about the household's atmosphere. "Even though Mama got sick right after Pa told her another baby was coming," she finished, her voice so low Clara barely caught the words. "She cried every night after. I wasn't supposed to hear, but my room is next to theirs." Before Clara could process this troubling revelation, a floorboard creaked in the hallway beyond her door. Sophia stiffened in alarm, pulling away with frantic whisper. "Please don't tell Pa I was here. He gets so angry when we cry for her." As the girl slipped silently back to her own room, Clara stood motionless in the center of the guest chamber, her mind piecing together disturbing fragments into a picture far darker than she had anticipated when agreeing to this visit. The locked rooms, James's anger at her approach to Sarah's grave, his determination to erase his late wife's memory, and now Sophia's cryptic comments about her mother's distress upon learning of the pregnancy, all suggested something beyond normal grief or difficult circumstances. Whatever was happening in the Wright household extended far beyond a widower seeking new mother for his children. As she finally extinguished her lamp and lay in the darkness, Clara knew with absolute certainty that her place was not here as James Wright's wife. But neither could she simply return to the Thorntons and abandon these children to a father who would erase their mother's memory and suppress their natural grief for his own convenience. The baby's soft whimper from the adjoining room drew her from troubled contemplation. As Clara lifted the tiny, unnamed girl into her arms, she made a silent promise to both the infant and her departed mother. She would discover what truly happened to Sarah Wright and ensure these children found the protection and care they deserved, even if that path led in directions she could not yet foresee. Chapter 14. Dark Discoveries. Dawn had barely broken when a soft knock at Clara's door roused her from fitful sleep plagued by troubling dreams. Mrs. Finch stood in the hallway, her thin face pinched with anxiety, glancing repeatedly over her shoulder toward the main part of the house. "Mr. Wright's gone to check the north pasture," she whispered. "Won't be back for at least an hour. We need to talk." Clara secured her wrapper and followed the woman to the kitchen, where coffee already brewed on the stove. Mrs. Finch poured 2 cups with trembling hands, then checked the back door was firmly latched before settling at the table. "I'm not the housekeeper," she began, without preamble, her voice barely audible above the kitchen clock's steady ticking. "I was Sarah's nurse during her illness. Mr. Wright keeps me on to maintain appearances, but I've given notice twice. He refuses to let me leave until—" Her eyes darted toward Clara. "Suitable replacement arrangements are made." Clara wrapped her fingers around the warm cup, anchoring herself against growing unease. "What sort of illness did Mrs. Wright suffer?" "That's just it. The doctors couldn't explain it. Began last autumn with stomach distress and weakness. Got worse after she learned about the coming baby. Some days she'd improve, then decline again, always after James insisted on personally administering her tonic." Mrs. Finch leaned forward, lowering her voice further. "I've nursed 30 years, Miss Abernathy. What I witnessed wasn't natural sickness." "What are you suggesting?" Clara asked, though cold certainty was already forming in her mind. "Arsenic," Mrs. Finch replied bluntly. "Used for rat poison in the barn. Small doses over time mimic natural illness, the weakness, stomach pain, hair falling out. Sarah suspected it herself toward the end." Clara shook her head, initial horror yielding to rational skepticism. "That's an extraordinary accusation without proof. Surely grief might lead to—" Mrs. Finch reached into her apron pocket and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. "Sarah kept this hidden between her mattress and frame. Asked me to preserve it should anything happen, though I doubt she truly believed he'd go through with it." Clara accepted the diary with reluctance that quickly transformed to fascinated dread as she began reading. The entries, initially mundane household notes, gradually documented Sarah's growing illness and suspicions. November 12. Sick again after James brought my evening tea. Pattern continues. Cannot be coincidence. November 30. Hair coming out in clumps. Dr. Patterson suggests women's hysteria, but I know my body. Something is terribly wrong. December 18. Saw James by the barn with the rat poison. Later found powder residue in the sugar bowl only he uses for my tea. God help me, I believe my husband is trying to kill me and my unborn child. The final entry, dated just days before Sarah's death, sent shivers down Clara's spine. James spoke of Clara Abernathy today. Says she'll make a suitable mother when I'm gone. Believes she has inheritance from her parents he can access. Poor woman has no idea what awaits her. If anyone finds this, please warn her. Clara closed the diary, her hands trembling. "Have you shown this to the sheriff?" Mrs. Finch's bitter laugh held no humor. "With what result? James Wright is a respected rancher. I'm a paid nurse whose accusations would seem like attempt to extract money. Besides," she glanced toward the children's rooms, "what happens to them if their father hangs? I've stayed only to protect them, especially the baby." "The baby he hasn't even named," Clara murmured, pieces aligning with terrible clarity. "A child he never wanted." "A girl who arrived too early to die conveniently with her mother," Mrs. Finch confirmed grimly. "I've been measuring her formula myself, watching every spoonful that goes into her mouth. But I can't stay forever, and once you're here as his wife—" "I have no intention of marrying James Wright," Clara stated firmly. "Not before these revelations, certainly not after." "Then you're in danger too," Mrs. Finch warned, rising as the distant sound of hoofbeats signaled James's return. "Be careful what you eat or drink, and whatever you do, don't let him know you suspect." Clara's mind raced through breakfast, maintaining conversation with practiced composure that belied her internal turmoil. James seemed particularly pleased with himself, describing improvements to the master bedroom that would soon accommodate its new mistress, with confidence that suggested her acceptance was foregone conclusion rather than decision requiring her consent. "I should like to learn more about managing your household," Clara said carefully when he mentioned business in town that afternoon. "Perhaps I might examine your pantry and storage systems while you're gone. In Boston, my aunt maintained meticulous inventory practices I found most efficient." James's pleased expression confirmed she'd struck precisely the right note of apparent interest. "By all means. Though perhaps avoid my study. Account books are in considerable disarray since Sarah's passing. I'll organize them for your review another time." The moment his wagon disappeared down the drive, Clara moved with purpose, born of both determination and fear. The children were occupied with their grandmother in the parlor, giving her precious minutes of unobserved exploration. She bypassed the pantry entirely, heading directly for James's study, the room with the newer lock she'd noticed during her initial tour. The door was indeed locked, but Clara had anticipated this obstacle. During her months with the Thorntons, she'd learned from Hannah how the girl had once accessed her father's workshop using a hairpin when impatience for a birthday surprise had overwhelmed her usual obedience. The technique, though requiring several tense minutes of careful manipulation, eventually yielded success as the lock surrendered with a soft click. James's study bore the unmistakable character of a man who believed himself beyond suspicion. Documents lay in orderly piles rather than secured in locked drawers, correspondence arranged by date rather than hidden from casual observation. Clara moved methodically through the papers, conscious that her limited time demanded efficiency over exhaustive examination. In the third stack, bound with simple twine, she found her own letters, correspondence she'd sent to James before journeying west. Seeing her hopeful words, her careful descriptions of her background and circumstances, created a momentary pang of remembered innocence, soon overshadowed by growing horror as she discovered papers interleaved with her own writing. Notes in James's hand detailed financial inquiries regarding CA's inheritance prospects, with responses from a Boston lawyer confirming her parents had left approximately $2,000 in trust, accessible upon her marriage. Another document outlined property transfers that could be executed by a husband without wife's separate signature under territorial law. Most damning, a half-drafted letter to the same lawyer referenced unfortunate accident to future Mrs. Wright that would consolidate all holdings under my sole control. Clara's hand trembled as she carefully returned the papers to their original position, disturbing nothing that might alert James to her discovery. The evidence, while incomplete, painted unmistakable picture of calculated predation targeting first Sarah, now herself, for financial gain masked beneath veneer of respectable marriage and community standing. As she relocked the study door and moved silently back to the main part of the house, Clara's mind raced through limited options before her. Simply fleeing to the Thorntons would ensure her personal safety, but abandon Sarah's children to a father who had likely murdered their mother and might eventually view them as obstacles to his ambitions. Confronting James directly would place her in immediate danger, while approaching the sheriff without substantive proof beyond diary entries and ambiguous notes would likely yield nothing but Wright's increased suspicion. She found Mrs. Finch in the nursery, rocking the unnamed baby girl with gentle movements that spoke of genuine care beneath professional demeanor. "I found evidence," Clara whispered, glancing toward the hallway to ensure privacy. "Not enough for legal action, but sufficient to confirm your suspicions. We need to protect these children, but I see no clear path forward that doesn't place them in greater danger." Mrs. Finch's weathered face showed no surprise, merely grim validation of long-held fears. "Sarah's brother lives in Bannock," she said quietly. "A good man who suspected something wasn't right, but couldn't convince his sister to leave with the children. If we could get word to him..." The baby stirred, whimpering softly as if sensing the adult's tension. Clara took the infant from Mrs. Finch, cradling her with protective instinct that transcended their brief acquaintance. In this innocent child's face, she saw Hannah's vulnerability, felt echoes of her own orphaned state, and recognized with absolute certainty that whatever danger might await, she could not abandon these children to a father who viewed them as inconvenient obstacles to his ambition. "We'll need help," she said quietly, decision crystallizing even as she acknowledged its risks. "Someone James wouldn't suspect, with resources beyond what two women alone might marshal." Mrs. Finch studied her with shrewd assessment. "You're thinking of Eli Thornton." Clara nodded, her mind already plotting how message might be conveyed without arousing James's suspicion. "He's to collect me tomorrow afternoon. Before then, we must gather what evidence we can while ensuring the children's safety should our suspicions reach the wrong ears." As she gazed down at the baby in her arms, Clara found cold fury replacing initial fear, determination hardening into resolve that transcended personal safety or conventional caution. James Wright had deceived her once through letters concealing his married state. Now she knew the deception ran deeper, darker, with lethal consequences for those who trusted him. Whatever danger awaited, Clara vowed this child would receive the protection her mother could no longer provide. James Wright had underestimated Sarah, dismissing her suspicions as feminine hysteria. Now he had underestimated Clara as well, a mistake she intended to ensure would be his last. Hannah Thornton knew she wasn't supposed to be on Lookout Hill alone. Pa had expressly forbidden it after last summer's cougar sighting. But these were special circumstances, she reasoned, adjusting Pa's brass spyglass with careful movements. Clara had been gone 3 days now, 1 day longer than promised, and Pa's tight-lipped worry had infected the entire household with restless unease. From this vantage point, the Wright Ranch spread below like one of the miniature farms in her Christmas village, the main house and outbuildings arranged in tidy formation against the backdrop of distant mountains. Hannah had been watching since mid-morning, waiting for some glimpse of Clara to ease the knot of dread that had settled in her stomach after Pa's return from town with news that circumstances required Miss Abernathy's extended stay. The afternoon sun glinted off the brass cylinder as Hannah swept it across the Wright property, pausing when movement near the barn caught her attention. Clara's familiar figure emerged, her distinctive blue dress unmistakable even at this distance. Something in her hurried movements suggested urgency rather than regular household tasks. James Wright followed, his longer strides quickly closing the distance between them. Hannah adjusted the focus, straining to see their faces. Though she couldn't hear the words, the anger in Wright's posture was unmistakable, as he gestured forcefully toward the house. Clara shook her head, her stance suggesting defiance despite the man's greater size and obvious rage. Wright grabbed Clara's arm, dragging her not toward the main house but a smaller outbuilding at the property's edge. Hannah's breath caught as she watched him force Clara inside the structure, emerging moments later to secure the door with what appeared to be a heavy padlock. Wright stood for a moment, looking around as if checking for witnesses. She'd only slipped away from the neighbor's watchful eye by claiming need to collect her forgotten reader from home. Dark clouds gathered on the western horizon, promising the storm that had been threatening all morning. Adult caution would dictate waiting for Pa's return or sending Mrs. Jensen's oldest boy to town with a message. But Clara was locked in that building, and Hannah had seen enough of James Wright to know nothing good awaited anyone at his mercy. The decision crystallized with childish certainty that saw no option but direct action. She scrambled down the hill toward home, running with reckless disregard for the rocky path that had claimed her best shoes just last month. In the small corral behind the barn, her pony Pepper raised his head at her approach, ears pricking forward with interest. "We have to help Clara," she informed the animal, reaching for the bridle hanging by the gate. Pa had taught her proper saddling last summer, insisting she learned safety before speed, thoroughness before convenience. Now her fingers flew through the familiar steps, checking cinch and stirrups with hurried precision that balanced urgency against necessary care. The first fat raindrops struck Hannah's face as she mounted, using the corral fence as impromptu mounting block. The road to town stretched 4 miles ahead, but she knew a shortcut through the Jensen property that would shave precious time from the journey. Pa would be furious at her recklessness, riding alone in approaching storm, but some transgressions carried justification beyond ordinary rules. "Clara needs us," she whispered into Pepper's twitching ear, urging him toward town as thunder rumbled in the distance. "Fast as you can." Consciousness returned to Clara in fragmentary awareness, the rough texture of wooden planks beneath her cheek, the musty scent of disuse permeating the air, and throbbing pain behind her eyes that intensified with each attempt to focus. She struggled to organize scattered memories, the confrontation with James after discovering his plans to depart immediately for Helena's territorial courthouse, her refusal to accompany him, the strangely bitter tea he'd insisted she drink to calm her nerves. Drugged. She'd been drugged and moved to... where? Clara forced her unwilling eyes open, blinking against dim light filtering through a single small window. Rough log walls surrounded her, the sparse furnishings a narrow cot, crude table, and single chair, suggesting hunting cabin rather than regular habitation. A cast-iron stove stood cold in the corner, its pipe disappearing through the low ceiling. When she attempted to rise, the room tilted alarmingly, forcing her back to the rough plank floor until the spinning subsided. The sound of approaching hoofbeats penetrated her foggy awareness moments before a key rattled in the door's lock. James Wright entered, shaking rain from his hat with casual normalcy that contrasted obscenely with the circumstances. "Ah, you're awake. Good. We have arrangements to finalize before the storm worsens." "What arrangements?" Clara managed, her voice rasping through a throat parched by whatever substance had rendered her unconscious. "Where are we?" "Line shack at the property's edge." He hung his wet coat on a wall peg, movements methodical and unhurried. "Remote enough for privacy, yet close enough for convenience. The children believe you've gone to visit your Thornton friends before our wedding journey." "Wedding journey," Clara repeated, struggling to clear her mind. "I've agreed to no wedding." James smiled with the patient condescension one might direct toward a confused child. "Circumstances have progressed beyond requiring your agreement, my dear. The circuit preacher arrives tomorrow morning. By noon, you'll be legally Mrs. James Wright. By week's end," he shrugged, "unfortunate illness will have claimed another bride, leaving me to console myself with your inheritance and Boston connections while mourning my tragic misfortune." The casual pronouncement of her planned murder, delivered with such matter-of-fact certainty, froze Clara's blood more effectively than any raging threat might have done. This was no impulsive crime of passion, but calculated execution of long-established plan. "The authorities will investigate," she said, struggling to maintain rational argument despite terror clawing at her composure. Dr. Patterson suspected something wasn't right with Sarah's illness. "Mrs. Finch has records." A country doctor with no formal training and a hired nurse whose testimony would be dismissed as attempt to extort money from grieving widower, James interrupted, his tone suggesting he'd considered and dismissed these concerns long ago. Besides, tragic accidents befall frontier wives with regrettable frequency. A fall from nervous horse, perhaps, or unfortunate encounter with hostile drifter while husband was occupied elsewhere. Clara forced herself to sitting position, despite the room's continued spinning. "Your children need stability, not another motherless episode. Your newborn daughter will barely remember either maternal figure," he cut in with chilling indifference. "Wealthy widowers find no shortage of women willing to raise another's children in exchange for material comfort and social position. The third, Mrs. Wright, will likely prove more durable than her predecessors." The casual reference to predecessors, plural, suggested Sarah might not have been his first victim. Clara swallowed rising nausea, recognizing that rational appeal to either paternal feeling or human compassion would find no purchase in this man's calculating mind. "The Thorntons know where I am," she said, grasping for any leverage that might extend her survival. "Ely expects my return tomorrow." James's smile never reached his eyes. "By then we'll be legally wed and traveling toward Helena. Your note explaining your change of heart currently awaits delivery to Thornton's forge. Quite convincing. I've become adept at feminine handwriting through considerable practice." He checked his pocket watch with the studied nonchalance of a man reviewing train schedule rather than murder timeline. "Rest while you can. The preacher arrives early and appearances must be maintained. Your trunk from the main house should arrive shortly, providing appropriate wedding attire." "I won't cooperate," Clara stated, summoning dignity despite her vulnerable position. "I'll tell the preacher I'm being coerced." "You'll say exactly what circumstances require," James replied, withdrawing a small brown bottle from his vest pocket, "or consume enough laudanum to appear appropriately overcome by bridal emotion. Either serves my purpose adequately." As he turned toward the door, Clara searched desperately for any argument that might penetrate his calculated facade. "Why?" she demanded. "Why this elaborate deception when other women would willingly accept your proposal without coercion?" He paused, hand on the latch, expression suggesting the question actually merited consideration. Proper widows bring complications, families asking questions, legal entanglements regarding prior children and property. You arrived in Silver Creek alone, disconnected, your sole remaining relative, elderly and remote, perfect circumstances for convenient disappearance following brief, tragic marriage. The door closed behind him with dreadful finality, key turning in the lock with metallic scrape that emphasized Clara's complete imprisonment. Rain lashed against the cabin's single window with increasing fury as the promised storm arrived in full force, drowning any hope that distant cries might attract passing attention to her plight. Clara forced herself to stand despite protesting limbs and throbbing head, taking inventory of the cabin's sparse contents for anything that might serve as tool or weapon. James had left nothing of use, no knife to pry boards, no fire poker to serve as lever, not even a lamp whose oil might create distraction. The window, barely large enough to admit light, would never accommodate escape, regardless of whether she could break its thick, distorted glass. As thunder crashed overhead and rain hammered the cabin's roof with relentless fury, Clara sank onto the rough cot, mind racing through possibilities that each dissolved into impossibility upon examination. Her only hope lay with the Thorntons, Eli's promised return tomorrow afternoon, providing deadline before which death must either claim her or deliverance somehow arrive. "Please," she whispered into the storm's fury, prayer transcending formal words through desperate sincerity. "Please let them find me in time." Chapter 15. Storm and Rescue. Thunder cracked overhead, splitting the darkened sky with jagged fingers of lightning that turned the afternoon strange and ghostly. Hannah leaned low over Pepper's neck, her small hands gripping the reins with white-knuckled determination as the pony shied at each thunderclap. "Steady now," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the storm's fury. "Clara needs us. We can't falter." Rain lashed her face, plastering her dark braids against her shoulders and soaking through her woolen jacket until the garment hung heavy as a sodden blanket. The shortcut through Jensen's property had become a treacherous passage of mud and sudden rivulets where dry ground had been just hours before. Another flash illuminated the world in stark relief, followed instantly by a deafening crack that sent Pepper rearing in terror. Hannah clung desperately to his mane, her legs gripping his sides as Pa had taught her. "Please, Lord," she prayed, words tumbling forth between chattering teeth, "don't let me fall. Ma died in a storm just like this. I can't die too, not when Clara needs saving." The prayer had barely left her lips when a massive branch, torn loose by the wind's savage fingers, crashed. Hannah struggled to her feet, wincing as her injured ankle protested. Town lay perhaps 2 miles ahead. 2 miles she would crawl if necessary. "Ma walked through fire to save me," she whispered, taking the first limping step forward. "I can walk through rain to save Clara." Eli finished securing the ornate iron railings to the saloon's new porch, his movements efficient despite the storm raging beyond the overhang. His mind wasn't on the task. Hadn't been all day. It wandered repeatedly to the Wright Ranch, where Clara remained one day longer than promised. "Fine craftsmanship, Thornton," Peterson commented, passing over payment with a nod of approval. "Worth waiting for, even with Eastern orders taking precedence these days." "Appreciate the business," Eli replied automatically, his gaze drifting toward the rain-lashed street. Something about this storm set his nerves on edge, reminding him too sharply of the night Margaret had died. The saloon doors burst open with sudden violence, admitting a gust of wind and rain alongside a small, bedraggled figure that stumbled forward on obviously injured legs. Eli's heart stopped, then thundered painfully against his ribs. "Hannah!" His tools clattered forgotten to the floor as he rushed forward, gathering his soaked, trembling daughter into his arms. "What in God's name?" "Pa!" Hannah gasped, her face ashen beneath streaks of mud. "Mr. Wright's locked Clara in the old shed. I saw through your spyglass he dragged her there and she wasn't fighting back like normal. Something's terribly wrong." The saloon fell silent as a tomb, every man present focused on the child's desperate words. Eli felt something rupture inside him. The careful control he'd maintained since Margaret's death, the measured restraint that had governed every action and word for 2 long years, his fist smashed into the bar with such force that glasses jumped and whiskey bottles rattled in their rows. "That snake has her locked up?" The voice that emerged sounded foreign to his own ears. Raw, savage, stripped of civilization's thin veneer. "We'll ride for Wright's place now," he declared, not a request but a command that transformed the blacksmith into something altogether different. a man whose quiet strength had found its breaking point. Every man with a horse and gun. That devil won't harm her while I draw breath. Peterson stepped forward immediately. My boys and I are with you, Thornton. The bartender reached beneath the counter, producing a shotgun. Been wondering when someone would see through Wright's fancy manners to the rot beneath. Count me in. Within moments, the saloon had emptied of all but the elderly piano player and the stunned newcomer passing through town. 8 men gathered in the rain, checking weapons and cinching saddles, while Eli knelt before Hannah, now wrapped in Peterson's dry coat. You're the bravest child I've ever known, he told her, throat tight with emotion and terror for both his daughter and the woman who had become essential to his life. Mrs. Peterson will tend your ankle. I'm going to bring Clara home. Hannah clutched his sleeve with desperate fingers. Promise you won't let him hurt her? She came to us when we needed her most. We can't fail her now. I promise. The words emerged as solemn vow, ironclad and unbreakable as the finest metal from his forge. Rising to his full height, Eli swung into the saddle, the storm's fury nothing compared to what raged in his heart. Mount up, he commanded the men gathered in the rain. Wright believes himself above justice. Today he learns otherwise. The thunder punctuated his words like heaven's own approval as the riders spurred their horses forward into the storm, a retribution as inevitable as the lightning that split the darkened sky. The rain drummed against the cabin roof with relentless fury as afternoon surrendered to evening's deeper gloom. Clara shivered in the damp chill, having refused the blanket James had offered, along with a suspicious-looking stew that now sat congealing on the crude table. I'd rather freeze than accept your poisoned comforts, she murmured, her words unheard beneath thunder's rolling declaration. Her fingers closed around her sole weapon, a rusted nail she'd discovered protruding from beneath the cot frame. It was pitifully inadequate against a man of James Wright's calculation, but better than empty hands and helpless prayers. Clara's gaze traveled the cabin's perimeter for the 12th time since her imprisonment began, finally settling on a section of the rear wall where daylight had briefly shone through during a lightning flash. The logs there appeared older, their joining less precise than the rest of the structure. Perhaps water damage had weakened the chinking between them. Gathering her skirts, she moved painfully toward the spot, every muscle protesting the lingering effects of whatever drug James had administered. The wall's surface felt rough beneath her exploring fingers, the ancient chinking crumbling at her touch. She worked the nail into the largest gap, leveraging it against the dried mud with desperate patience. Come free, she whispered, ignoring the way the nail bit into her tender flesh as small chunks of the ancient material gave way. Just enough for light, for air, for hope. A key rattled in the door lock, sending Clara scuttling back to the cot, the nail concealed within her palm. She arranged her features into a mask of defeated exhaustion as James entered, carrying a lamp against the gathering darkness. Still sulking? He asked, setting the lamp on the table and regarding her with the dispassionate interest a collector might show a particularly troublesome specimen. I've brought wedding clothes. The ceremony will proceed at first light whether you're amenable or not. The preacher won't perform a ceremony with an unwilling bride, Clara countered, her voice deliberately weakened to match her feigned physical state. James's smile never reached his eyes. Reverend Hastings possesses flexible principles when properly compensated. He'll see a shy bride overcome by emotion, nothing more. He approached, studying her with clinical detachment. The laudanum's effects are wearing off. You'll need another dose before morning to ensure appropriate compliance. Clara allowed herself a feeble protest that disguised her desperate gathering of information. People will search when I don't return to Silver Creek. By then we'll be well on our way to Fort Benton, he replied carelessly, straightening his cuffs with fastidious attention. A tragic accident along the Missouri will conclude our brief marriage most effectively. Drownings leave so few inconvenient questions, particularly when witnessed by a devastated husband. The casual pronouncement of her planned murder, delivered with such matter-of-fact certainty, should have terrified her. Instead, Clara felt ice-cold clarity replacing earlier panic. James Wright had murdered his wife and now intended to claim another victim. Only her own wits and determination stood between her and Sarah's fate. You'll never succeed, she said quietly. "Whatever you believe about my inheritance, it's not worth the risk." James laughed, the sound holding genuine amusement that chilled Clara more effectively than his threats. "My dear, I've succeeded twice already. The first Mrs. Wright suffered an unfortunate fall downstairs that proved fatal to both her and her inconvenient questions about certain financial discrepancies. Sarah lasted longer, though her persistent sentimentality about the children became tiresome." He checked his pocket watch with the practiced nonchalance of a man reviewing a train schedule rather than a murder timeline. "Rest while you can. Dawn comes early, and brides require a certain freshness, even reluctant ones." The key turned in the lock with dreadful finality, leaving Clara alone with the storm and her desperate plan. She returned immediately to the wall, working with renewed urgency as lightning occasionally illuminated her progress. The nail tore her fingertips raw, but she welcomed the pain. It kept her mind sharp, focused on survival rather than terror. "I am not Sarah," she whispered fiercely to the howling wind beyond the cabin walls. "I am not his victim, and I will not die at James Wright's convenience." Darkness had claimed the world completely when Clara finally created an opening large enough to admit her hand. Cold rain kissed her abraded fingers as she worked them through the gap, feeling the rough exterior logs, testing whether the hole might be enlarged sufficiently for escape. The storm's intensity had finally begun to wane, the thunder now distant grumbles rather than earth-shaking pronouncements. Through her small window of freedom, Clara felt rather than saw the night deepening around the cabin. By her calculation, dawn remained perhaps 6 hours away. 6 hours before James would return with his accommodating preacher and forced vows. She worked with grim determination, ignoring the blood that now slicked her fingers as the ancient wood surrendered splinter by painful splinter. The opening had grown almost large enough to admit her shoulders when hoofbeats penetrated her awareness, multiple horses approaching at speed. "No," she whispered, redoubling her efforts as panic surged afresh. "It's too soon." The horses drew nearer, then halted, with jingling bridles and murmured voices that seemed too numerous for just James and a circuit preacher. Had he brought witnesses to make the charade more convincing? Clara pressed her face against the gap she'd created, straining to see through rain and darkness. A voice called out, not James's calculated smoothness, but something deeper, rougher with emotion that turned her heart over within her chest. "Clara?" The single word contained volumes of fear and determination, resonating through the darkness with unmistakable intensity. "Eli," she called back, her voice cracking with desperate joy. "Here, the old cabin." Multiple lanterns flared to life outside, their glow dancing through raindrops like earthbound stars. Clara abandoned her escape hole, rushing to the door instead and pounding against its unyielding surface. "I'm locked in. He means to force marriage at dawn, then murder me." The door shuddered beneath tremendous impact, once, twice, then splintering around the lock as Eli's shoulder drove through with unstoppable force. He stood framed in the doorway, rain-soaked and magnificent, his face transformed by emotions too powerful to name. "Clara," he breathed, crossing the space between them in 2 long strides, his hands reaching for her with a reverence that belied their obvious strength. "Are you hurt? Did he—" "No," she managed, her composure finally breaking as safety arrived in the form of this man who had traveled through storm and darkness to find her. "We drugged me, but nothing more, not yet. Dawn was to be—" "You're safe now," Eli interrupted, his voice gentling as his fingers brushed her cheek with exquisite tenderness. "Hannah saw him lock you in, rode through the storm alone to bring word. This revelation that the child had braved the tempest for her sake broke something within Clara. Tears welled and spilled down her cheeks, mingling with blood from her ravaged hands. Hannah rode alone in this? "Brave as her mother ever was," Eli confirmed, his own eyes suspiciously bright. "And twice as stubborn as her father." Clara hadn't realized how completely her strength had been depleted until that moment. She swayed on her feet, saved from falling only by Eli's steady arms that gathered her against the solid certainty of his chest. "Thornton!" Peterson's warning call came from outside. "Rider approaching fast." Eli's expression hardened, though his hold on Clara remained gentle. "That'll be right. Stay behind me." He guided her from the cabin onto the muddy yard where 6 men from town had formed a loose semicircle, rifles gleaming dully in lantern light. James Wright rode into this waiting reception with the confident bearing of a man expecting no resistance to his will. His expression, when he recognized the gathering, transformed from confusion to calculating assessment in the space of a heartbeat. Thornton he greeted with practiced cordiality that ignored the armed men and obvious rescue in progress. "There seems to be some confusion. Miss Abernathy is my guest, preparing for our wedding tomorrow." "The only confusion," Eli replied, his voice carrying quiet menace more frightening than any shouted threat, "is your belief that you could harm what's mine without consequence." James's hand moved toward his coat, but froze as multiple rifles raised in perfect unison. His gaze darted between the men, searching for weakness or hesitation and finding none. "This is absurd," he blustered, though sweat beaded his forehead despite the cool rain. "The woman agreed to marriage. Ask her yourself." "I declined your proposal repeatedly," Clara stated, stepping beside Eli rather than remaining in his protective shadow, "as did Sarah before her death, a death you arranged through slow poisoning." Color drained from James's face. "Preposterous accusations from an hysterical female. No court would—" "Sarah's diary tells a different story," Clara interrupted, her voice steady with righteous anger. "As does Mrs. Finch's testimony about your special tonics. The sheriff might be interested in exhuming your previous wives as well." For the first time, genuine fear flickered across James Wright's carefully maintained facade. His horse sensed the change, sidestepping nervously beneath him. "You can't prove anything," he said, but the confident smoothness had vanished from his voice. "Perhaps not," Eli acknowledged, his stance relaxed in a way that Clara recognized as most dangerous. "But a man's reputation is delicate in territorial justice. Accusations have a way of becoming truth when enough respected citizens stand behind them." He stepped forward, close enough to grasp the bridle of Wright's horse, his movements deliberate and unhurried. "You have until dawn to leave Silver Creek territory. After that, I can't promise what might happen when word spreads about your particular approach to widowhood." James drew himself up, summoning the last vestiges of his fraudulent dignity. "You're threatening me, a respected rancher with connections throughout the territory." "Not threatening," Eli corrected with terrible quietness. "Promising, the same promise I made standing over my wife's grave, that I would protect what remains of my family with everything I possess." His hand tightened visibly on the bridle. "Clara and Hannah are my family now. If you value your life, you'll ride away and never approach them again." Something in Eli's voice, the absolute certainty, the controlled power that needed no dramatic display, seemed to finally penetrate James Wright's arrogance. He looked around at the silent men watching the exchange, recognized the implacable judgment in their expressions, and made his choice. "Keep the woman," he sneered, yanking his horse's head from Eli's grasp. "Her inheritance wasn't worth this trouble anyway." He wheeled his mount around, then called over his shoulder with petty spite, "She's damaged goods now, Thornton. Town will talk." "Let them," Eli replied simply, turning his back on the retreating figure to face Clara instead. "The only opinions that matter are within my household." As James Wright galloped away into the darkness, Clara found herself surrounded by the solid presence of good men. Neighbors who had ridden through storm and darkness, not for reward or recognition, but because it was right. And at their center stood Eli Thornton, his eyes holding promises that needed no words to convey their meaning. "Let's go home," he said softly, reaching for her injured hands with gentle concern. "Hannah's waiting." The words, so simple yet carrying such profound meaning, broke through Clara's last defenses. Home. Not the Thornton household or her place of employment, but home in its truest sense. The place where she belonged, where she was valued, not for inheritance or appearance, but for herself alone. "Yes," she whispered as he helped her mount his waiting horse. "Take me home." Chapter 16. Justice and Truth. Silver Creek emerged from the storm's grasp like a half-drowned creature. mud-slicked streets glistening under the first tentative moonlight breaking through tattered clouds. The rescue party's approach drew curious townsfolk from their homes despite the late hour, their murmured questions spreading like ripples in still water as Eli guided his horse carefully down the main street, Clara cradled protectively against his chest. "Send for Dr. Patterson," he instructed Peterson as they halted before the doctor's small house at the town's edge. "And the sheriff. This isn't finished." Clara felt suspended between exhaustion and alertness, her body craving rest while her mind refused to surrender vigilance. The laudanum's lingering effects created a strange disconnection, as though she observed events from slightly outside herself. Even Eli's solid warmth against her back seemed simultaneously immediate and distant. Dr. Patterson appeared in rumpled clothing, his gray hair standing at odd angles, but his eyes sharp as he helped her from the saddle into his examining room. "My God, child," he murmured, noting her torn and bloodied hands. "What manner of devil did this to you?" "Not her own doing," Eli answered from the doorway, his voice tight with barely contained fury. "James Wright drugged her, planned to force marriage, then arrange an accident afterward." The doctor's bushy eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline, but his hands remained steady as he examined Clara's pupils, then her pulse. "Laudanum, most likely," he confirmed, mixing a powder into water and offering it to her. "This will help clear your head without dangerous side effects. The dosage appears to have been thankfully moderate." A commotion at the front door heralded Hannah's arrival, her small face pale with determination despite the makeshift splint supporting her injured ankle. She hobbled forward on a hastily fashioned crutch, Mrs. Jensen following with anxious protests that fell on deaf ears. "Clara," Hannah cried, propriety forgotten as she flung herself forward, nearly toppling, until Clara opened her arms to receive her. "I knew Pa would find you. I knew he wouldn't let that awful man keep you." The child's absolute faith in her father, in Clara's return, in the essential rightness of their reunion, brought tears that Clara had been too determined to shed during her captivity. She pressed her face against Hannah's dark hair, inhaling the clean scent of soap and innocence. "You precious, brave girl," she whispered, voice catching on emotions too complex for simple naming. "Riding through that dreadful storm all alone, you might have been killed." Hannah pulled back just enough to meet Clara's gaze, her young face solemn with certainty beyond her years. "Ma always said some things are worth any risk." "You're worth it, Clara." Something shifted in Eli's expression as he witnessed this exchange, a softening around his eyes that belied the rigid tension still evident in his shoulders and jaw. "Hannah should have come to me first," he said, though his tone held more pride than censure. "But her courage saved precious hours we might not have had." Sheriff Taylor arrived as Dr. Patterson finished cleaning and bandaging Clara's abraded hands, his weathered face neutral as he absorbed the room's constellation of participants and emotions. "Understand there's been trouble at Wright's place," he said, notebook already in hand. "Miss Abernathy, you up to giving a statement tonight, or should this wait till morning?" Clara straightened her spine despite exhaustion threatening to drag her under like a stone in deep water. "Tonight, please. James Wright has likely fled already, taking whatever evidence remains with him." The sheriff glanced at Dr. Patterson, who nodded reluctant approval. "Brief accounting only. The lady needs rest, more than Silver Creek needs immediate justice." Hannah settled beside Clara on the examining table, her small hand finding Clara's bandaged one with gentle determination. "I'm staying," she announced to the room at large, a declaration rather than request. "Clara needs me." Eli's mouth quirked briefly, the ghost of a smile touching his lips despite the gravity of the moment. "Stubborn as an iron nail in seasoned oak," he murmured, then to the sheriff, "My daughter stays. The rest of us can step outside if Miss Abernathy prefers privacy." "You stay too," Clara said softly, meeting his gaze with quiet certainty. "Please." As the others withdrew, Clara recounted her ordeal in careful, measured words. The drugged tea, her imprisonment, James's casual confession of Sarah's murder and his plans for a similar fate befalling his newest acquisition. Throughout her testimony, Hannah's fingers remained twined with hers, while Eli stood like a sentinel near the door. his controlled stillness belying the storm raging beneath. Wright mentioned previous wives, Sheriff Taylor noted, pencil scratching across paper. Plural, Sarah being the second, by your accounting? Clara nodded, fatigue finally beginning to claim territory from determination. He spoke of another who died from falling downstairs. I believe her death merits investigation alongside Sarah's poisoning. The sheriff's weathered face revealed nothing as he finished his notes. I'll need more than accusations, Miss Abernathy. Prominent men require substantial evidence before charges stick. There will be evidence, Ellie stated, the simple certainty in his voice leaving no room for doubt. By morning, Hannah's head had begun to droop against Clara's shoulder, stubborn determination finally surrendering to childish exhaustion. Eli crossed the room in 3 silent strides, gathering his daughter with gentle hands that belied the tension evident in every line of his body. She refused to sleep until you were home safe, he explained softly, as Hannah instinctively nestled against his chest without waking. Insisted on maintaining watch from the window despite Mrs. Jensen's best efforts. Like her father, Clara observed, allowing Dr. Patterson to help her to her feet as the room tilted briefly before steadying. Determined beyond all reason when protecting those she loves. Something flickered in Eli's expression. Recognition, perhaps? Or acknowledgement of truth spoken plainly after too long concealed beneath careful words and measured gestures. Before he could respond, Sheriff Taylor cleared his throat with awkward deliberation. I'll begin inquiries at first light, he announced, tucking away his notebook. Meanwhile, Miss Abernathy should rest under observation, given the drugging. Doctor? She'll stay with us, Eli stated, his tone brooking no argument despite its quietness. Hannah needs the reassurance of seeing Clara when she wakes, and our home offers better protection should Wright attempt further mischief before you locate him. The declaration, possessive yet protective, commanding yet considerate, settled around Clara like a familiar shawl, warming places long grown cold during her captivity. Yes, she agreed simply, I'd like to go home. The word home, rather than the Thornton house or her place of employment, hung in the air between them, its significance unmistakable to all present despite its brevity. Dr. Patterson nodded brisk approval, gathering medicines into a small packet. Very well. These powders will help with pain from those hands. Take them with water if needed, though sleep will prove the best medicine tonight. He patted Clara's shoulder with awkward compassion. You showed remarkable presence of mind, young woman. Sarah Wright might finally receive justice thanks to your fortitude. As they stepped into the night, the storm's fury had spent itself completely, leaving behind a sky washed clean of clouds and scattered with stars like diamonds flung across black velvet. The streets gleamed wet in moonlight, the air scrubbed fresh and carrying the scent of rain-soaked earth and new possibility. Eli helped Clara onto his horse with careful hands, then mounted behind her, Hannah still sleeping against his chest. The arrangement required delicate balance, but created a circle of shared warmth against the night's lingering chill. 3 souls connected by circumstance and choice, bound by something stronger than mere household arrangement or employment contract. Rest, he murmured as they moved slowly toward home, his breath warm against her hair. You're safe now, we have you, Clara allowed herself finally to surrender vigilance. Cradled between Eli's solid strength and Hannah's innocent trust, she closed her eyes, knowing that whatever trials tomorrow might bring, she would face them not alone, but surrounded by something astonishingly close to family. Morning arrived with painful brightness. Sunlight streaming through windows as if the previous day's tempest had been mere imagination. Clara woke disoriented, momentarily confused by the familiar surroundings of her room in the Thornton house, when her last clear memory involved the gentle sway of Eli's horse beneath them. The previous night's events rushed back in fragmented images. The rescue, the doctor's examination, Hannah's fierce embrace, and finally Eli carrying her from the horse up the porch steps, when exhaustion had claimed the last of her strength. She had vague recollection of gentle hands removing her boots, a soft voice murmuring reassurance, then blessed darkness as sleep claimed her completely. Her hands throbbed dully beneath clean bandages that certainly hadn't been there when she'd fallen asleep. Someone, Eli most likely, had tended her injuries while she slept, his care evident in the neat wrappings that protected her abraded skin without restricting movement. The house's familiar morning sounds filtered through her door. Hannah's light footsteps, the clatter of cookware, the creak of the water pump's handle being worked, ordinary domestic rhythm that now seemed extraordinary in its simple rightness after the nightmare of Wright's cabin. She had just managed to dress herself, despite her bandaged hands, when a soft knock sounded. Hannah peered around the edge of the door, her face lighting with unrestrained joy at finding Clara awake. "You're up," she exclaimed, launching herself forward despite the makeshift crutch. "Pa said to let you sleep, but I've been checking every half hour since sunrise." Clara returned the child's embrace with equal fervor, marveling at how naturally Hannah's slight weight settled against her, how perfectly their heights aligned for the girl's head to rest just beneath her chin. "How's your ankle, my brave one?" "Dr. Patterson said nothing's broken, just a bad sprain." Hannah dismissed the injury with childish unconcern now that the crisis had passed. "Pa's making breakfast. He said you need substantial nourishment after your ordeal, which I think means extra bacon." The kitchen beckoned with the rich aroma of coffee and fried bacon, its golden morning light illuminating Eli as he moved with practiced efficiency between stove and table. He turned as they entered, his gaze sweeping Clara with assessment that went beyond mere courtesy to something more personal, more profound. "You should have called for assistance," he said, gesturing toward her bandaged hands. "Getting dressed must have been difficult." Clara felt warmth rising in her cheeks at his recognition of such intimate challenges, though his tone held nothing but practical concern. "I've managed worse with less," she assured him, settling at the table where he had already set a cup of steaming coffee. "Sheriff's been by already," Eli reported, placing a plate before her with the promised extra bacon alongside eggs and sliced bread. "Wright's gone, as expected, took little beyond clothes and whatever cash he had on hand. Left behind the children and most of the household." Clara paused with coffee cup halfway to her lips. "The baby? And Sophia?" "With their grandmother for now. Mrs. Blackwood seems decent enough, if overwhelmed by circumstances." He sat across from her, his own plate untouched, as he studied her with measured intensity. "The sheriff has men searching surrounding farms and likely routes toward Helena or Fort Benton, but holds little hope of immediate capture." Hannah maneuvered to her own place with determined independence despite her injured ankle. "Pa says we're going to Wright's ranch after breakfast," she announced. "The sheriff wants Clara to identify anything that might be evidence." She pronounced the final word with careful precision, clearly relishing her role in the unfolding drama. "If you feel strong enough," Eli amended, his gaze never leaving Clara's face. "Patterson said rest would be wiser, but the sheriff believes time is essential if evidence remains to be found." Clara set down her coffee with careful deliberation. "I'm quite recovered, especially with this excellent breakfast fortifying me." Her attempt at lightness fell somewhat short as memories of James' calculating cruelty pressed forward, though I confess some reluctance to return to that place. "You won't go alone," Eli promised quietly. "Not ever again." The simple declaration, offered without dramatic emphasis, yet carrying absolute certainty, settled around Clara's shoulders like a mantle of protection. Hannah nodded emphatic agreement, her young face solemn with shared commitment. "We're family now," she stated with childish directness that cut through adult complexity to essential truth. "That's what Pa said last night when he thought I was sleeping. He said you belong with us, and we won't let anyone hurt you ever again." A's expression remained carefully neutral, though a telltale flush crept up his neck above his collar. "Hannah has remarkable hearing for someone supposedly unconscious," he observed dryly. The moment, tender in its awkward honesty, profound beneath its surface simplicity, might have extended into deeper territory had hoofbeats not sounded in the yard, heralding Sheriff Taylor's arrival with a wagon and 2 deputies. "Mrs. Finch came into town at first light," he announced without preamble as they stepped onto the porch. "Brought some items you should see before we continue to Wright's place." The housekeeper, or nurse, as she'd revealed herself to be, sat rigid on the wagon seat, her lined face composed but her hands white-knuckled around a small wooden box and leather-bound book Clara recognized immediately. "Sarah's diary," she confirmed, descending the porch steps despite Eli's protective hand at her elbow. "You were able to retrieve it safely." Mrs. Finch nodded, some of the tension easing from her thin shoulders at Clara's appearance. "Thank God you escaped his plans," she said fervently. "I feared we'd find worse when I learned you'd been taken to the old cabin." Sheriff Taylor helped the older woman down with gruff courtesy. "Mrs. Finch has provided significant information that changes the complexion of our investigation," he acknowledged, his earlier skepticism notably absent, including these. The wooden box, when opened on the Thorntons' kitchen table, revealed 3 small brown bottles with handwritten labels. Mrs. Finch pointed to the center one with a hand that trembled slightly despite her composed expression. "Sarah's tonic that James insisted on administering personally," she explained. "I managed to preserve the last bottle when I realized what might be happening. The contents match perfectly with symptoms described in medical texts regarding arsenic poisoning." Dr. Patterson, summoned to join them, held the bottle to the light with clinical interest. "Slow administration creates chronic symptoms, easily misdiagnosed as natural illness. Weakness, stomach distress, nail damage, hair loss." "I treated Sarah for months, believing her suffering from wasting disease," his voice tightened with professional regret. "I should have recognized the pattern. Wright presented a convincing facade," Clara offered gently, recognizing the doctor's self-recrimination. Even Sarah doubted her own suspicions until near the end. The diary, passed carefully around the table, provided damning confirmation. Sarah's increasingly desperate entries documented not just her physical decline, but James's calculated gaslighting, dismissing her concerns as female hysteria, isolating her from family, controlling every aspect of her care while presenting himself as devoted husband to the community. "There's more," Mrs. Finch said, as Clara returned the diary to its temporary place among evidence the sheriff had begun cataloging with methodical precision. "After you were taken yesterday, I searched areas of the house previously locked against my access. In his study desk, I found these." She withdrew folded papers from her apron pocket, smoothing them with reverent care before passing them to Sheriff Taylor. Records of financial inquiries regarding not just Miss Abernathy's inheritance, but similar investigations concerning 2 other women before Sarah, one in Helena, another near Fort Benton. Both reportedly died within months of marrying Wright under different names. A charged silence fell across the kitchen as this revelation settled among them. Eli's hand found Clara's shoulder, his touch providing silent anchor against the horror of how narrowly she had escaped becoming another name in Wright's ledger of victims. "Different names?" Sheriff Taylor demanded, suddenly alert. Mrs. Finch nodded, her expression grim with certainty. "James Wright is not his original name. I found documentation suggesting at least 3 identities over the past decade, each abandoned after a convenient widowhood left him with combined assets." She glanced at Claire with something like apology. "Your arrival in Silver Creek provided perfect opportunity. A woman alone with modest inheritance, no family connections nearby to ask difficult questions." Clara felt cold certainty replace lingering shock as pieces aligned with terrible clarity. "He's done this before, multiple times, and would have continued indefinitely without your intervention," Dr. Patterson confirmed grimly. "Each incident, isolated enough to avoid pattern recognition, each community accepting a grieving widower's story without deeper investigation." Sheriff Taylor's weathered face had hardened with each new revelation. "We'll need formal statements from everyone, then proceed to Wright's property for thorough search. Mrs. Finch, can you identify areas most likely to contain additional evidence?" "The locked storage room off the main hallway," Clara suggested before the housekeeper could respond. James was particularly protective of that space, claiming it contained Sarah's personal effects he couldn't bear to address. Mrs. Finch nodded confirmation. "He never allowed me entry after Sarah's passing. Previously, it served as his private study where not even his wife was permitted." As they prepared to depart for the Wright Ranch, Clara found herself momentarily alone with Eli in the kitchen doorway, Hannah having been firmly directed to remain behind with Mrs. Jensen despite vociferous protest. "You don't need to accompany us," he said quietly, his gaze searching her face with concern that transcended mere propriety or obligation. "No one would think less of you for avoiding that place after what happened." Clara straightened her spine, drawing strength from his steady presence beside her. "I need to see this through," she replied, the simple truth requiring no elaborate explanation or justification. For Sarah, for her children, for all the women who had no one to notice when they disappeared from their lives. Something like pride flickered in his expression, followed by deeper emotion that transformed his usual reserve into open admiration. "You're remarkable," he said simply. "I should have told you that long before now." The moment hung between them, pregnant with possibilities neither seemed quite ready to articulate despite their growing certainty. Clara brushed her fingers lightly against his, the bandages cushioning the contact, yet diminishing nothing of its significance. "We have time," she murmured, promise implicit in the simple statement. "Let's finish this first." The Wright ranch appeared sullen beneath the morning sun, its prosperity now seeming like elaborate costume disguising rot beneath. Sheriff Taylor led their party with grim determination, deputies flanking the main house, while Mrs. Finch directed them to the locked room that had sparked Clara's suspicions. The lock yielded to determined application of the sheriff's tools, the doors swinging open to reveal not stored personal effects, but meticulous record-keeping that stole breath from everyone present. The walls held maps marked with locations across 3 territories, while a large desk contained multiple sets of identification papers, financial records, and correspondence with banks in various cities. "My God," Dr. Patterson breathed, taking in the evidence of predation so calculated, so extensive, that it defied simple classification as mere crime. "He's been doing this for years, systematically." Clara moved to a small secretary in the corner, where a leather-bound ledger lay open, its neat columns recording dates, names, and amounts with business-like precision. "Financial records," she confirmed, scanning entries with growing horror. "Listed by victim, with their assets detailed alongside dates of marriage and subsequent death." Sheriff Taylor joined her, notebook in hand, as he copied information with grim efficiency. 14 names, he noted, voice flat with professional detachment that couldn't quite mask underlying disgust. "Dating back nearly 12 years. "The earliest entries show smaller amounts," Clara observed, forcing analytical thinking past natural revulsion. "He refined his approach over time, targeting increasingly wealthy women once he established effective methods." Eli's hand at her elbow provided steady support as she stepped back from the ledger, suddenly needing distance from such concentrated evidence of calculated evil. "You would have been number 15, he said quietly, the suppressed fury in his tone belying his outward control. "But wasn't," she reminded him, drawing strength from his solid presence beside her, "because of Hannah's bravery and your determination, because someone noticed when I didn't return as expected." The search continued throughout the morning, yielding increasingly damning evidence of James Wright's, or whatever his true name might be, systematic predation across 3 territories. By midday, Sheriff Taylor had filled 3 notebooks and dispatched writers to telegraph offices in both Helena and Fort Benton with descriptions and inquiries to officials in multiple jurisdictions. "This extends beyond Silver Creek's authority," he acknowledged as they finally prepared to leave the property. "Territorial marshals will need to coordinate the broader investigation, but we've done right by starting the process." He nodded toward Clara with gruff respect that transcended his earlier skepticism. "Thanks to your determination, Miss Abernathy, without your testimony and Mrs. Finch's evidence, Wright would simply have moved on to establish himself elsewhere with new identity and fresh targets." As they rode back toward town, Clara found herself alongside Eli, the others having drawn ahead to afford them privacy that seemed both intentional and appreciated. The morning's discoveries had left her drained, yet strangely peaceful, as though justice set in motion had begun healing wounds not yet fully formed. "I think Sarah would be comforted," she said softly, breaking comfortable silence between them, "knowing her children will be protected, that her suspicions were validated, that her death might prevent others from similar fate." Eli studied her profile with quiet intensity that asked nothing yet offered everything in its steady regard. "You ensured that through your courage," he replied, simple acknowledgement without embellishment or unnecessary praise, "both during captivity and after rescue, when many would have retreated into recovery rather than pursuing justice." "I had proper motivation," Clara admitted, allowing herself to meet his gaze directly. Hannah riding through storm to bring word of my capture, you leading men through darkness to find me. Such actions deserve equal commitment in return. Something shifted in his expression, recognition of deeper meaning beneath her measured words, acknowledgement of foundation being established through shared experience and demonstrated loyalty transcending conventional arrangement or traditional expectation. We should discuss the future, he said finally. Characteristic directness, addressing what lesser men might have approached with excessive caution or elaborate preparation. When this matter reaches resolution and proper attention can be given to household considerations beyond immediate concerns. Clara felt warmth spreading through her chest, despite the morning's horrors and lingering exhaustion from her ordeal. Yes, she agreed simply, truth requiring no embellishment or excessive explanation between two people whose understanding had evolved beyond words into something more fundamental, more enduring. We should. As Silver Creek's church spire came into view, Clara found herself contemplating how drastically life could transform in mere days, how destiny could pivot on simple choices, how survival could forge connections stronger than any formal arrangement. Whatever the future held, she faced it now not a solitary figure navigating uncertain terrain, but as a central part of something stronger, more enduring than she had dared hope possible when first arriving in this remote territory. Justice for Sarah Wright and her predecessors had been set in motion. Truth had emerged from shadow into sunlight, where healing might finally begin. And Clara Abernathy, who had journeyed west seeking mere employment, had found something far more precious. A place where belonging transcended arrangement, where purpose aligned with deepest desires, where family formed not through blood but through choice and commitment stronger than any conventional bond. By Wednesday afternoon, the Thornton front porch resembled a country fair's display table, laden with covered dishes, fresh-baked bread, and jars of preserves. The steady procession of Silver Creek's women, many who had whispered behind gloved hands about Clara's position in the household just days earlier, now arrived bearing food and faltering apologies, thinly disguised as concern. Never would have guessed James Wright capable of such villainy, Mrs. Wilson declared, setting down a steaming chicken pie while casting curious glances toward Clara's bandaged hands. Always so polished in his manners, just shows appearances deceive the best of us. Clara, seated in Eli's rocking chair with a quilt tucked around her legs despite the day's moderate temperature, merely nodded. The constant stream of visitors taxed her still recovering strength, yet she recognized the offerings for what they truly were. Not merely food, but restoration of standing within the community's careful social order. Mrs. Porter arrived shortly after noon, her brisk efficiency cutting through the curious lingering of earlier visitors. "That's quite enough gawking for one day," she announced, shooing 3 younger women off the porch with firm gestures. "Miss Abernathy needs rest more than gossip disguised as sympathy." When the porch had cleared, the older woman settled beside Clara with uncharacteristic gentleness. "I've arranged a rotation of respectable matrons to assist your household until you're fully recovered," she stated, her practical tone softened by genuine concern. "Mrs. Jensen first, then myself, followed by Mrs. Peterson. The presence of established wives will silence any remaining whispers regarding your ordeal." The unexpected kindness, not just personal help but deliberate social protection, brought a thickness to Clara's throat that made immediate response impossible. She had prepared herself for judgment, for whispers about her reputation after days spent at the Wright Ranch, however unwillingly. Instead, the community had closed ranks around her with protective ferocity that transcended mere neighborly duty. "That's very thoughtful," she managed finally, smoothing the quilt with bandaged fingers to disguise her emotion. "Though I wouldn't want to inconvenience anyone when I'm perfectly capable of pushing yourself beyond reasonable limits," Mrs. Porter interrupted with knowing firmness. "Just like Margaret would have done. That woman never admitted weakness either. Even when carrying Hannah during the hottest summer in memory, her expression softened into something approaching affection. Stubbornness seems a requirement for Thornton women, whether by blood or other arrangement. The careful phrasing, acknowledging Clara's place in the household without demanding specific definition, offered acceptance that required no immediate declaration or formal announcement. Before Clara could formulate adequate response to such generous understanding, Hannah appeared in the doorway, her injured ankle apparently forgotten in her excitement. "Reverend Thomas is coming up the road with half the congregation," she announced, eyes bright with importance. "Pa says they're holding special prayer service right here instead of church to give thanks for your safe return." Clara straightened automatically, a lifetime of proper upbringing sending her hands to her hair despite their bandaged state. "Here? Now? But I'm hardly presentable for—" Mrs. Porter's laugh held surprising warmth. "Child, you could be wearing sackcloth and no one would think less of you after what you've endured." Besides, she added with practical assessment, "your current state adds appropriate gravity to the occasion. Nothing silences wagging tongues like visual evidence of suffering bravely borne." The impromptu service unfolded in the Thornton front yard, townspeople arranging themselves in rough semicircle while Reverend Thomas offered eloquent prayers of thanksgiving that touched Clara deeply without exploiting her ordeal for dramatic effect. Eli stood protectively beside her chair throughout, his solid presence providing strength when emotional overwhelm threatened her composure. "The Lord's mercy shines clearly upon our community," the minister concluded, his gaze sweeping the gathered crowd with gentle authority. "Through Miss Abernathy's courage and Mr. Thornton's determination, evil that festered among us has been exposed to cleansing light. Let us remember that true Christian charity means protecting the vulnerable, standing firm against wickedness, and supporting those who demonstrate God's love through their actions rather than merely speaking of it on Sundays." As the gathering dispersed, many pausing to press Clara's hand or offer quiet words of encouragement, she found herself watching the assembled townspeople with new understanding. Silver Creek had initially seemed merely temporary way station in her journey, a place of employment rather than belonging. Now surrounded by genuine concern, despite previous misunderstandings and misplaced gossip, she recognized the community's essential goodness beneath its imperfect human surface. "You've won their hearts," Eli observed quietly as the last well-wishers departed, leaving only Mrs. Jensen bustling in the kitchen and Hannah proudly arranging donated food on every available surface. "Though I'm not surprised, you've had mine for some time now." The simple declaration, offered without dramatic gesture or elaborate phrasing, contained more genuine feeling than any poetic pronouncement might have conveyed. Clara met his steady gaze, finding their certainty that required no immediate definition beyond mutual recognition of truth too significant for casual acknowledgement. "We still need that discussion about the future," she reminded him softly, a promise rather than demand. His smile reached all the way to his eyes, transforming his usual reserved expression into something that quickened her pulse despite her exhaustion. "Yes," he agreed simply, "we do." The telegram arrived Friday morning, carried by young Thomas Jensen with such obvious importance that his chest puffed visibly beneath his too large coat. Sheriff Taylor followed minutes later, his expression confirming the message's significance before he spoke. "Territorial marshals apprehended right outside Helena," he announced without preamble as Eli invited him into the parlor where Clara sat helping Hannah with her arithmetic. "Caught him trying to book passage on the eastbound stage using yet another name. He's being returned to Silver Creek to face initial charges before transfer to Helena for the broader case." Hannah abandoned all pretense of studying, her eyes round with excitement at this dramatic development. "Will there be a proper trial with a judge in a black robe like in my history book?" "Hannah," Eli admonished gently, though his own interest appeared scarcely less keen beneath his composed exterior. "The sheriff hasn't come to satisfy childish curiosity about legal proceedings." Sheriff Taylor managed a slight smile despite his obvious fatigue. "There'll be a judge, though territorial justice moves with less ceremony than Eastern courts, Miss Hannah." His attention returned to Clara, his expression sobering. "The marshals found documentation connecting Wright to 3 additional deaths beyond what we'd already discovered. This goes far deeper than even our worst suspicions." Clara felt cold certainty replace the momentary relief Wright's capture had initially provided. "The children," she said quietly. "What happens to them now?" "Their maternal grandparents arrived from Virginia City last night," the sheriff replied, his gruff tone softening slightly. Seems Wright had been intercepting their letters for months, telling them Sarah had cut ties willingly while telling her they'd abandoned her. They've petitioned for guardianship of all 4 children. Including the baby? Clara pressed, remembering the tiny unnamed infant whose very existence had seemingly inconvenienced her father beyond tolerance. Sheriff Taylor nodded. The little one particularly. Mrs. Blackwood mentioned you'd shown special concern for her well-being during your time at the ranch. Thought you might want to know they've named her Hope. Said Sarah had mentioned the name in her last letter before correspondence mysteriously ceased. The simple name, chosen with such care for a child whose beginning had contained so little of its meaning, brought unexpected tears to Clara's eyes. Hope, a declaration of expectation-defying present circumstance, of possibility transcending immediate reality. They've asked if you might visit, the sheriff continued, studying Clara with careful assessment. The older girl, Sophia, apparently speaks of you often since your departure. Seems you made quite an impression during your brief acquaintance. Clara glanced toward Eli, unwilling to make such commitment without considering his perspective given her still recovering state. His expression held nothing but supportive understanding as he nodded slight encouragement. I'd like that very much, she replied, resolution replacing uncertainty as another piece of responsibility settled into proper place. Today, if possible? By early afternoon, Clara found herself in the right parlor, now transformed by Mrs. Blackwood's presence from sterile showplace into something approaching genuine home. Children's toys lay scattered across the Brussels carpet, a basket of mending occupied one chair, and the rigid formality that had characterized the household under James's control had yielded to comfortable disarray that spoke of actual living rather than mere performance of domesticity. Sophia appeared in the doorway, her careful composure momentarily abandoned as she rushed forward with childish enthusiasm rarely displayed during Clara's previous stay. You came back, she exclaimed, stopping just short of physical contact as ingrained caution reasserted itself. Grandmother said you might, but I wasn't certain you'd want to after what happened. Clara extended her hand, offering connection while allowing the child to determine its nature. Of course I came, she replied gently. I've thought of you often, wondering how you and your brothers were faring through these difficult days. Sophia studied Clara's bandaged hands with solemn assessment beyond her years. Did my father do that to you? She asked directly, echoing her mother's courage in confronting painful truth rather than accepting comfortable evasion. Grandmother says I can ask real questions now, that I don't have to pretend things are fine when they aren't. Wise advice, Clara acknowledged, meeting the child's directness with equal honesty. And yes, these happened while trying to escape the shed where he had confined me. But they're healing well, just as I hope your heart is beginning to heal from much deeper wounds than these. Mrs. Blackwood appeared with the baby in her arms, her lined face bearing grief's heavy imprint alongside fierce determination that reminded Clara powerfully of Sarah's diary entries. Here was the source of her daughter's courage, the foundation of strength that James had recognized as threat requiring isolation and systematic undermining. Sophia, perhaps you might show Miss Abernathy how well you've been helping with Hope's care, she suggested, transferring the infant to Clara's eager arms with careful movements that respected her injured hands. The baby, Hope, had already changed in the brief time since Clara had last held her. Her tiny features appeared less pinched, her body slightly filled out from consistent feeding and genuine care. As small fingers curled reflexively around Clara's bandaged thumb, something profound shifted within her chest. Fierce protectiveness mingled with joy that this innocent life had been spared her mother's fate. She's thriving, Clara observed, unable to keep emotion from thickening her voice. Sarah would be so pleased to see her daughter flourishing despite everything. Mrs. Blackwood settled nearby, her weathered hands smoothing her skirts with unconscious precision. The judge arrives Monday to formalize guardianship arrangements, she explained, watching as Sophia demonstrated her careful approach to arranging the baby's blankets. We'll return to Virginia City once matters are settled, give these children stable home with family who remembers their mother with love rather than other associations this place must hold. Clara nodded understanding, though the thought of these children departing created unexpected ache beneath her genuine approval of this proper resolution. She had known them so briefly, yet Sarah's diary and their shared ordeal had forged connection transcending mere acquaintance or casual interaction. "Will we see you again?" Sophia asked suddenly, her perceptiveness once more belying her years. "After we go to live with grandmother?" "I hope so," Clara replied honestly. "Virginia City isn't so very far, especially when hearts remain connected despite distance." The child considered this with serious contemplation before offering a rare smile that transformed her solemn features into a momentary glimpse of the carefree girl she might have been without her father's shadow darkening her early years. "Mother would have liked you," she stated with simple certainty. She always said true friendship shows itself most clearly during difficult times rather than easy ones. The observation, so adult in substance yet delivered with childish directness, caught Clara momentarily speechless. Before she could formulate adequate response, commotion erupted outside, horses arriving at speed, men's voices raised in official tones that carried even through closed windows. Mrs. Blackwood moved to the parlor window, her spine stiffening as she observed whatever scene unfolded in the yard. "They've brought him," she said, her voice tightly controlled, though her hands trembled slightly where they gripped the curtain. "The sheriff and his deputies with James in custody." Clara rose carefully, cradling hope against her shoulder with protective instinct that transcended conscious thought. "Perhaps we should move to another room," she suggested, concerned for the children overriding personal curiosity regarding Wright's arrival. "Sophia needn't witness." "No." The girl's voice carried surprising authority, despite its quietness. "I want to see him brought to justice. Mother would want me to see that bad action." Clara expected to feel triumph, or perhaps righteous satisfaction, at seeing the man who had planned her murder now facing justice for his numerous crimes. Instead, watching Wright's defeated progress across the yard where he had once strutted with such confident authority, she felt only solemn acknowledgement that justice, however delayed, had finally found its proper target. Wright glanced toward the house as they passed, his gaze catching on the parlor window where they stood watching his disgrace. For a brief moment, his eyes met Clara's across the distance separating them, hers cradling his newborn daughter, while his hands bore iron restraints that would soon be exchanged for prison walls. Something flickered across his features. Recognition, perhaps, of how completely his carefully constructed world had collapsed around him. "He's us," Sophia whispered, her small hand finding Clara's with surprising strength. "He sees that we're still here, even though he tried to make us disappear." The profound wisdom in this observation, that true victory lay not in Wright's downfall, but in their continued presence, their refusal to be erased or diminished by his actions, settled around Clara's shoulders like revelation. Sarah's children would grow and thrive despite their father's betrayal. The unnamed baby had become hope through her grandparents' love, and Clara herself had discovered strength beyond what she'd believed possible when circumstances demanded courage rather than customary compliance. "Yes," she agreed softly, as the wagon departed, carrying James Wright toward judgment that had been delayed but never ultimately escaped. "We're still here. That's what matters most." As she prepared to depart later that afternoon, Clara found herself alone with Mrs. Blackwood in the front hallway, the older woman's weathered face revealing emotions too complex for simple naming as she glanced toward the parlor where Sophia read to her younger brothers. "Sarah mentioned you in her final letter," she said quietly, her voice steady despite the obvious cost of such control. "She wrote that a new school teacher had arrived who seemed genuinely kind despite difficult circumstances, that she hoped you might become friends given time." Her voice faltered slightly before regaining composure. Time she didn't receive, as it happened. Clara felt fresh grief tightening her throat at this revelation of connection that might have been friendship with a woman whose diary had revealed kindred spirit, despite their brief acquaintance. "I would have been honored by her friendship," she replied simply. "Her courage continues inspiring me daily." Mrs. Blackwood studied Clara with penetrating assessment that reminded her powerfully of Sophia's direct gaze. "You'll marry Thornton, I expect," she stated matter-of-factly. "Any fool can see the way he looks at you and you at him. Sarah would approve," She always said genuine love shows itself through actions more than words. The unexpected acknowledgement of feelings not yet formally declared, of relationships still finding its proper definition, created warmth that spread across Clara's cheeks despite her best efforts at composed response. "We haven't discussed specific arrangements," she managed, propriety warring with honesty before yielding to the latter's greater value. "Though I believe such conversation lies in our near future." Mrs. Blackwood nodded with evident satisfaction. "Good. Life's too uncertain for unnecessary delay when hearts have made their choice clear." Something softened in her expression as she glanced toward the children. "We'll write from Virginia City. Sophia would benefit from correspondence with someone who witnessed her courage during difficult times. A girl needs models of strength beyond family circles." As Clara rode back toward town beside Sheriff Taylor, who had kindly offered transportation upon completing his official business, she found herself contemplating the unexpected connections forged through trial, rather than gentler circumstance. Sarah Wright's children would carry their mother's legacy through their grandmother's determined preservation of her memory. Hope would grow knowing her name represented triumph rather than mere optimism. And Clara herself had discovered family where she had sought merely employment, community where she had expected temporary arrangement. Silver Creek appeared on the horizon, its modest buildings gilded by late afternoon sunlight that transformed humble structures into something approaching majesty. For the first time since her arrival months earlier, Clara viewed the small settlement not as way stop on uncertain journey, but as home in truest sense. Place of belonging rather than mere residence, of connection rather than simple presence. Sheriff Taylor cleared his throat with deliberate awkwardness that suggested imminent personal observation rather than professional comment. "Thornton's a good man," he said finally, his gaze fixed firmly on the road ahead rather than his passenger. "Steadiest fellow in the territory, by my reckoning. Man who stands exactly where he says he'll stand, regardless of circumstance." Clara recognized the statement for what it truly represented, not merely personal observation, but community endorsement, public acknowledgement of private connection. Everyone had apparently recognized before the participants themselves had found proper words to define it. "Yes," she agreed simply, neither confirming nor denying the sheriff's implied understanding regarding her relationship with Eli. "He is..." The sheriff nodded, apparently satisfied with this measured response to his equally circumspect observation. As they approached the Thornton property, Clara caught sight of Eli in the yard, pausing in his work to shade his eyes against the setting sun as he watched their approach. Even at this distance, the straightening of his shoulders and quickening of his movements communicated clear message to anyone observing with proper attention. This man had ridden through storm and darkness to find her, had faced down evil with quiet strength, requiring no dramatic display or excessive demonstration to prove its genuine nature, had created home where she had sought merely employment, family where she had expected only professional arrangement. The future stretching before them might contain challenges yet unnamed, circumstances impossible to predict from present vantage point. But as Sheriff Taylor's wagon delivered her to the Thornton gate where Eli awaited with poorly concealed eagerness beneath his customary reserve, Clara knew with unshakable certainty that whatever paths might lie ahead, they would walk them together, not as employer and employee, not even as husband and wife in conventional arrangement, but as partners who had discovered each other's worth through circumstances that revealed true character beyond social position or surface appearance. "Welcome home," Eli said simply as he helped her from the wagon, the words carrying deeper significance than their surface simplicity might suggest to casual observer. Clara took his offered hand, her bandaged fingers finding perfect rest against his calloused palm. "Yes," she agreed softly, as Hannah appeared in the doorway, waving excited greeting that embodied childhood's unrestrained joy. Home indeed. Chapter 17. Healing Hearts. The Boston letter arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, delivered by young Thomas Jensen, with the reverence usually reserved for royal proclamations or explosive devices. "Special delivery," Thomas announced, puffing with importance as he surrendered his charge. "Came on the stage from Helena. Station master said it's all the way from Boston, Massachusetts." He emphasized each syllable of Massachusetts, as if personally responsible for its correct pronunciation. Clara thanked him with a peppermint stick from the jar she kept for Hannah's friends, then stood on the porch long after he'd departed, turning the envelope in her now healed hands. The thick paper carried the scent of her aunt's lavender water, a fragrance that instantly transported her to stuffy Boston parlors where true feelings were ruthlessly smothered beneath layers of social pleasantries. Inside, Hannah's abandoned arithmetic lesson had evolved into a bread-making lesson with Mrs. Jansen, the child's laughter punctuated by rhythmic thumps against the wooden board. The sounds of simple domesticity made the letter in Clara's hands seem like a visitor from another planet. With surprising reluctance, she broke the seal and unfolded several pages, covered in her aunt's meticulous script. My dear Clara, word has reached Boston of disturbing events in your remote Montana settlement, confirming my worst fears regarding frontier dangers unsuitable for gentlewomen of proper upbringing and delicate constitution. While details remain unclear, reports suggest involvement with criminal elements and compromising circumstances that would shock your dear departed mother beyond expression. I have taken the liberty of securing passage on the eastbound stage departing Silver Creek on May 17th, with connecting arrangements to the railroad and subsequent steamship transportation ensuring your safe return to civilization and proper society. Enclosed, please find tickets and sufficient funds for appropriate travel necessities. Your position in my household remains available, with suitable employment opportunities among respectable Boston families, eagerly awaiting your return to proper society, where unfortunate Western adventures may be discreetly forgotten with time and appropriate discretion. With sincere concern for your welfare and reputation, Agatha Winthrop Abernathy. Enclosed behind the letter lay stage tickets and a bank draft substantial enough to fund a small expedition, material embodiment of her aunt's unequivocal expectations regarding Clara's proper place and future prospects. May 17th. Just 9 days away, the deadline hit Clara like a snowball to the face. It wasn't just a suggestion, but a full-blown exit strategy, complete with timeline and travel funds. Her aunt hadn't just written a letter, she'd constructed an entire escape plan without bothering to ask whether Clara wanted escaping. Is something amiss? Eli's voice startled her. She hadn't heard his approach from the barn, but found surprising comfort in his steady presence as he mounted the porch steps, his expression showing concern without nosy questions. A letter from my aunt in Boston, Clara explained, folding the pages with deliberate care that completely failed to match her inner chaos. She's heard rumors of recent events and believes Montana territory unsuitable for my continued residence. Something flickered in Eli's eyes, a flash of what looked suspiciously like panic before his usual calm mask slid back into place. I see. And your thoughts regarding her assessment? The question hung between them, deceptively simple yet loaded with more meaning than a Sunday sermon. Clara found herself studying him with fresh awareness, the strength in hands that created both practical tools and objects of surprising beauty, the steadiness of character that had drawn her from the beginning, the quiet devotion to a daughter not of his blood yet cherished as his own. I find myself unexpectedly resistant to abandoning Montana's harsh beauty for Boston's cultivated refinement, she replied carefully, neither confirming nor denying deeper implications, though circumstances require thoughtful response rather than impulsive decision. Eli nodded, his expression revealing absolutely nothing, which in itself revealed quite a lot about how much this mattered to him. Wisdom rarely emerges from haste, he agreed, though his shoulders carried tension that contradicted his casual tone. You'll want privacy for proper consideration. As he moved toward the door, Clara felt words bubbling up. Eli, He paused, waiting with that maddening patience that demanded nothing yet remained completely attentive. I shall need to draft a response soon, she finished. The statement true, yet woefully incomplete. Of course, he replied simply before disappearing inside, leaving Claire alone with May breezes, carrying the scent of fresh-turned earth and distant mountains that made Boston's neat boundaries seem like prison walls by comparison. Clara settled at the small desk by her bedroom window later that evening, pen hovering above crisp paper as moonlight spilled across the floorboards. How completely everything had changed since she'd first arrived. Not just circumstances, but her understanding of home and belonging. Her pen touched paper finally, words flowing with surprising certainty. My dear Aunt Agatha, your concern touches me deeply, as does your generous offer of passage eastward. The events you reference, while undoubtedly alarming in distant retelling, have resolved satisfactorily with justice, properly served. Greater than Silver Creek has become home in ways I could not have anticipated. Here I have found purpose beyond mere employment, connection transcending conventional arrangement, and a place where my abilities are valued without artificial limitation. Greater than, while Boston holds cherished memories of parents whose love shaped my earliest understanding of family, Montana Territory has revealed deeper appreciation for home created through choice rather than circumstance, through demonstrated loyalty rather than obligatory connection. Greater than, the Thornton household, initially mere employment, has become the foundation for genuine belonging I cannot abandon without sacrificing essential truth regarding where my heart has established residence. Greater than, I am grateful beyond expression for shelter provided when most desperately needed, for kindness offered when most profoundly alone. Please understand that my decision to remain reflects not rejection of past connection, but embrace of present purpose and future promise, found where least expected, yet most genuinely appreciated. Greater than, with sincere affection and enduring gratitude. Greater than, Clara. Reading her words, Clara realized she'd declared herself not just to her aunt, but to her own heart, acknowledging truth that had been developing beneath practical considerations since that first evening when Eli had opened his door to a desperate stranger. Home wasn't Boston's familiar streets or Silver Creek's rugged beauty, but the people who had transformed mere location into belonging through demonstrated loyalty and genuine acceptance. As she sealed the envelope, Clara felt certainty settling into place. Whatever form her future might take, its foundation had been established. Silver Creek was home now, not because circumstances had brought her here, but because she had chosen to remain where her heart had found unexpected haven. 3 evenings later, Clara noticed lamplight spilling from Eli's workshop despite the late hour. Hannah had fallen asleep hours ago after excited chatter about her upcoming birthday, leaving Clara to wonder what project demanded such extended attention. The workshop door stood partially ajar, brass hinges gleaming in soft light. Clara approached quietly, reluctant to disturb his concentration, yet curious about what held him so completely absorbed. Through the gap, she could see him bent over something small, clutched in a delicate vise, his hands manipulating tools with practiced precision. Firelight from the small forge caught coppery highlights in his dark hair, while shadow emphasized the strong lines of his profile as he focused entirely on his creation. Clara hesitated, caught between curiosity and reluctance to intrude. Before she could withdraw, a floorboard creaked beneath her weight, betraying her presence. Eli glanced up, momentary surprise quickly replaced by something warmer as he recognized her. "You're up late," he observed, setting aside his tools with careful movements. "As are you," she replied, still hesitating at the threshold until he gestured for her to enter. "I saw the light and wondered what commission demands such dedication beyond reasonable hours." Something like embarrassment flickered across his features, unusual in a man typically comfortable in his own skin. "Not a commission," he admitted, his gaze returning to the workbench, where firelight revealed a small, intricately designed silver frame, nearly complete except for final polishing. "A personal project." Clara moved closer, drawn by both the object's obvious beauty and Eli's uncharacteristic hesitation. The frame, perhaps 5 inches square, featured delicate silverwork that incorporated wild roses and morning glories in an intertwining pattern of remarkable detail. "It's beautiful," she said honestly, fingers hovering above the gleaming surface. "I don't recall seeing this design among your portfolio samples." "It's unique," Eli confirmed, watching her reaction with intensity. "Created for specific purpose." Something in his tone caught Clara's complete attention. "What purpose?" she asked, suspicion forming even as she voiced the question. Eli straightened, his height emphasizing the workshop's intimate confines as he stood facing her across the workbench. "For your parents' portrait," he said simply, "the one you keep beside your bed. I noticed the original frame was damaged during your journey west. The corners split and mended with ordinary glue. They deserve better housing considering their importance. The unexpected thoughtfulness, not just recognizing the portrait's significance, but creating something beautiful specifically for its protection, struck Clara speechless. "You made this for me?" she finally managed, emotion thickening her voice. "For your parents, technically," he corrected with gentle humor that didn't quite disguise deeper feeling. "Though I hope you'll accept it as appropriate tribute to people whose influence clearly shaped the woman their daughter became." Clara touched the frame with reverent fingers, tracing delicate silver petals. "No one has ever created something so personal for me," she admitted, "something reflecting such understanding of what matters most." Eli's expression softened in the lamplight, reserve yielding to something more vulnerable. "Loss leaves marks that never completely fade," he said quietly. "I recognized similar shadows in you from our first meeting. The watchfulness of someone who knows how quickly security can vanish, how completely foundation can shift beneath seemingly solid ground. The observation, so accurate yet offered without pity, created connection deeper than shared experience might have established alone." Clara found herself studying this man who had gradually transformed from employer to friend to something more profound. "I've feared loving again," she admitted, the confession emerging without conscious decision. "After my parents died, attaching to anyone or anything seemed a dangerous invitation to inevitable loss. Even accepting your initial employment offer required overcoming terror that having found safety, I would somehow lose it." Eli nodded, recognition illuminating his expression. "When Margaret died, I believe part of me died with her," he acknowledged. Continuing seemed merely obligation to Hannah, rather than genuine living. "I functioned without truly participating in life beyond necessary routine." He touched the silver frame with work-roughened fingers, whose gentleness belied their strength. "Then you arrived on my doorstep that evening, soaked from rain, desperate yet dignified despite dire circumstance. Something sparked back to life that I'd believed permanently extinguished. The admission hung between them, profound in its simplicity yet complex in its implications." "Your letter to Boston," Eli said finally, breaking momentary silence. "Your decision to remain in Silver Creek. Does it reflect merely preference for Western opportunity over Eastern constraint, or something more specific to this household and its occupants?" The question demanded equal honesty in response. Clara drew breath that seemed inadequate to support words carrying such significance, yet found courage in his steady gaze. "When I wrote that Silver Creek had become home, I meant this house specifically," she clarified. "These people particularly, you and Hannah especially." Something transformed in Eli's expression, relief and joy carefully contained within characteristic restraint, yet visible to anyone who had learned to read emotion beneath his composed exterior. "I feared offering unwelcome attachment when you'd come seeking merely employment," he admitted. "Particularly given our household's unconventional arrangement, and community speculation such situation naturally generates." Clara smiled at this acknowledgement of concern she had shared. "Silver Creek has demonstrated surprising capacity for accepting unconventional arrangements when their foundation proves genuine rather than merely convenient," she observed. "Though, perhaps formal definition might silence remaining whispers, while properly acknowledging what we've become to each other." "Clara Abernathy," Ellie said softly, reaching across the workbench to take her hand in his, "would you consider making permanent this arrangement that began as temporary refuge but has become something neither of us anticipated yet both apparently desire?" The proposal, straightforward without elaborate phrasing or dramatic gesture, seemed perfectly suited to the man offering it, whose quiet depth had gradually revealed itself through daily demonstration rather than showy declaration. "I would consider nothing else," Clara replied with matching simplicity, "though I should warn you that Hannah has strong opinions regarding appropriate wedding arrangements, having shared them extensively over recent weeks with remarkable confidence despite lack of formal confirmation from either prospective participant." Eli's laugh, genuine and unrestrained in a way she had heard only rarely, filled the workshop with warmth beyond what the small forge could generate. "That child possesses unsettling capacity for recognizing truth before adults properly acknowledge its existence," he observed with obvious affection. Though in this instance, her insight merely confirms what my heart recognized months ago, but caution prevented proper declaration until certainty regarding mutual feeling eliminated risk of unwelcome presumption. As lamplight casts their shadows against the workshop walls, separate yet connected, where their clasped hands joined individual silhouettes into shared outline. Clara felt certainty settling into place within her heart. "The silver frame is beautiful beyond adequate description," she said softly, "though its meaning extends far beyond mere craftsmanship." "How so?" Eli asked, genuine interest replacing momentary confusion. Clara smiled, understanding flowering within her. "It represents promise that past treasures need not be abandoned to embrace present joy or future possibility," she explained. "That what came before remains honored, even as new chapters begin, new connections form, new family emerges from separate histories into shared story." Eli's expression reflected recognition of truth transcending mere words. "Margaret will always remain Hannah's mother, honored rather than replaced," he acknowledged. "Just as your parents' influence continues shaping the woman their daughter became, the partner I am privileged to welcome into shared future." As Eli carefully wrapped the completed frame in soft flannel, Clara found herself contemplating how thoroughly her expectations had been transformed since that desperate evening when necessity had driven her to his doorstep seeking mere shelter. What had begun as temporary arrangement had evolved through daily interaction into permanent connection, based not on convenience or circumstance, but deliberate choice and genuine appreciation. The late summer sun dappled through the canopy of leaves overhead, casting golden patterns across Hannah's flaxen braids as she stretched on tiptoe to reach a particularly plump blackberry. Clara steadied the child with a gentle hand at her waist, breathing in the warm, earthy scent of sun-ripened fruit and crushed grass beneath their feet. "Mind the thorns, sweetheart," Clara cautioned, admiring the girl's determination. The tin pail at their feet was already half full, the berries glistening like polished jet in the afternoon light. Hannah dropped her prize into the pail with a satisfying plunk before turning to face Clara, her small fingers stained purple and her expression suddenly solemn. "Miss Clara," the child's voice lilted upward with childlike directness, "do you love my papa?" The question caught Clara unawares, and she felt heat rise to her cheeks that had nothing to do with the August warmth. Her fingers stilled on the bramble she'd been about to pluck. Clara faltered, uncertain how to answer such forthrightness. Hannah seemed undeterred by the hesitation. She knelt to pick a wild daisy that pushed up through the grass, twirling it between her fingers. "I asked Mama about it," she said matter-of-factly. Clara's breath caught. "You asked your mother?" Hannah nodded, her blue eyes so like Eli's, earnest and clear. "In my prayers at night, I asked if it would be all right if Papa loved someone new." She offered the daisy to Clara, and I'm certain sure she said yes. "Oh, Hannah." Clara's throat tightened as she accepted the flower, its petals soft against her palm. "Mama wouldn't want Papa to be lonesome." Hannah returned to the berries with the resilience of childhood, "and she wouldn't want me not to have a mama to braid my hair and teach me things." Clara knelt beside the child, heedless of the damp earth soaking through her skirts. "How did you get to be so wise, little one?" Hannah shrugged, her small shoulders rising beneath her pinafore. "Papa says I've got an old soul. Does that mean I'm smart, like grown-ups?" A laugh bubbled up through Clara's tears. "Smarter, I think." She tucked a stray lock of hair behind Hannah's ear. "And to answer your question, yes, I do love your father. Very much. And you as well." Hannah nodded, satisfied, as though she'd known all along. "Good. 'Cause we love you too. Papa said so, even if he thinks I wasn't listening." Something final and resistant broke loose in Clara's heart, like river ice giving way to spring. She gathered Hannah close, breathing in the scent of sunshine and innocence, and whispered a silent thank you to the woman who had come before her. The cemetery sat on a gentle rise east of town, where the wind whispered through tall prairie grass and scattered the petals of wildflowers across weathered stones. Clara walked beside Eli, her hand tucked in the crook of his arm, her skirts brushing against the swaying stalks. He led her to a simple marker beneath the spreading branches of an oak. Fresh wildflowers lay against the stone, columbine and black-eyed Susans gathered with care. I come here Sundays after church, Eli said, his deep voice quiet in the stillness. Used to be I couldn't set foot here without feeling like my chest was being hollowed out. He glanced down at Clara, the afternoon light catching in his eyes. That changed some when Hannah came along. Changed more when you arrived. Clara remained silent, understanding the sanctity of this moment, this place. I said my proper goodbyes today, he continued, removing his hat and holding it before him. Thanked her for the years we had, for Hannah. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. And I told her it was time now to look forward instead of back. A meadowlark called from somewhere nearby, its melody clear and sweet in the hushed air. Emily was a practical woman, spoke her mind and expected no less from others. A smile ghosted across his lips. Reckon that's why I brought you here today. Seems fitting somehow. He turned then, taking both her hands in his. His palms were warm and calloused, a working man's hands that had known both labor and tenderness. I'm not one for flowery speeches, Clara. Never have been. His gaze held hers, steady and clear as the autumn sky. But I know my own heart, and it's yours if you'll have it. Clara felt tears prick behind her eyes, but they were healing tears, not sorrowful ones. Hannah needs a mother. I need a wife. But it's more than that. He squeezed her hands gently. You've brought light back into our home, made it more than just a place where we eat and sleep. You've made it live again. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small band of gold, simple but beautifully crafted. This was my grandmother's. Emily's fingers were too slender for it. His smile was tender. I think it might just fit you, Eli. Clara's voice trembled. I'm asking if you'll marry me, Clara Wilson. If you'll officially become part of the family you've already transformed just by being in it. The wind stirred the grasses around them, and for a moment Clara could have sworn it carried approval. She thought of Hannah's certainty, of the child's simple faith that had finally broken through her own fears. Yes, she whispered. Then, finding her voice, repeated more strongly, Yes, Eli Thornton, I will. When he slipped the ring onto her finger, it fit as though it had been made for her all along. Chapter 18. Community Blessings. The whitewashed church gleamed in the late morning sunlight, its simple steeple reaching toward a sky as crisp and blue as newly laundered linen. Clara smoothed her hands over her Sunday skirts for the third time, the familiar motion betraying her nerves. Beside her in the hard wooden pew, Eli radiated calm, his shoulder a steady warmth against hers. You sure about this? He whispered, his breath stirring the tendril of hair that had escaped her careful pinning. Clara nodded, the small motion barely perceptible. It's time, she murmured back. Hannah, seated on Eli's other side, fidgeted with anticipation, her new hair ribbon occasionally catching the light that streamed through the plain glass windows. The child had barely contained her excitement all morning, her breakfast barely touched. As Reverend Thomas concluded his sermon on the healing power of forgiveness, he cleared his throat and smiled at the congregation. I believe Mr. Thornton has an announcement he'd like to share before we conclude our service. A few curious glances darted their way as Eli rose, his tall frame commanding attention without effort. Clara felt heat rise to her cheeks as he extended his hand to help her stand beside him. Miss Clara Wilson has done me the great honor, Eli began, his deep voice steady despite the emotion Clara could feel thrumming through his fingers, of agreeing to become my wife. A moment of silence fell before Mrs. Porter's delighted gasp broke it, followed by a ripple of surprised murmurs and genuine smiles. Clara's gaze moved across faces that had once been tight with disapproval, but now softened with what appeared to be sincere pleasure. The wedding will be 3 weeks from today, Eli continued, and we'd be grateful if you'd all join us in celebration. Hannah could contain herself no longer. She popped up between them, her small face alight with joy. I'm getting a mama for real, she announced to the congregation. Not just a teacher anymore. Laughter rippled through the church, warm and affectionate, as Reverend Thomas stepped forward. How fitting, he said, looking from Eli to Clara with genuine warmth, that today we spoke of God's mysterious ways, how he brings forth new beginnings from difficult circumstances, planting seeds of joy in the soil of sorrow. He raised his hands in benediction. Let us pray for this new family forming before us. As they bowed their heads, Clara heard someone whisper about James Wright standing trial in the territorial capital. But the news that would once have dominated conversation seemed distant and unimportant now, overshadowed by the promise of new beginnings. Clara stood perfectly still as Mrs. Porter circled her, measuring tape in hand, mouth full of pins. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the parlor windows of the Porter home, dust motes dancing in the golden beams. Turn, dear, Mrs. Porter instructed, and Clara obediently pivoted, the rough muslin of the dress pattern rustling around her ankles. Around them, the room hummed with activity. 3 women from the church sewing circle worked at a table covered with ivory fabric, their needles flashing in the light. Mrs. Anderson and her daughter arranged paper flowers, while Mrs. Miller discussed refreshments with anyone who would listen. The cake should be white, of course, Mrs. Miller declared, with perhaps a touch of vanilla bean in the frosting for elegance. Nothing too fancy, Clara interjected. Really, this is all too much. Nonsense, Mrs. Porter said firmly, removing pins from between her lips. Every bride deserves a proper wedding, no matter how simple. The door opened, admitting Hannah and 2 of her school friends, their arms laden with wildflowers. Miss Clara, Hannah exclaimed, nearly dropping her bouquet in excitement. We found the prettiest ones by the creek. Will they do for your wedding flowers? Clara smiled at the child's enthusiasm. They're perfect, she assured her, even as Mrs. Porter clicked her tongue. We'll get proper flowers from my garden, the older woman said, then softened at Hannah's crestfallen expression. But these will make lovely decorations for the church pews. As the afternoon progressed, Clara found herself overwhelmed by the women's generosity. When Mrs. Miller stepped out to check on the bread she'd left rising, Clara sank into a chair beside Mrs. Porter. I don't know what to say, she admitted quietly. After everything, the gossip, the suspicions when I first came, I never expected such kindness. Mrs. Porter's fingers stilled on her needlework. Oh, child, she sighed, her weathered face creasing with regret. We were wrong about you, dear. Let us make amends. Clara blinked rapidly against sudden tears. There's nothing to make amends for. There is, Mrs. Porter insisted, patting Clara's hand. A newcomer should be welcomed, not judged, especially one who's brought such joy to that little girl, and to her father. She threaded her needle with practiced ease. Besides, Silver Creek hasn't had a wedding since the Billings girl married that cattle buyer last spring. We're due for a celebration. From across the room, Clara caught Hannah's eye. The child beamed at her, face alight with pure happiness as she carefully arranged wildflowers in a pattern only she understood. For her sake, for all their sakes, Clara would accept this offering from a community that had finally opened its heart to her. Thank you, she said softly to Mrs. Porter, her voice thick with emotion. For everything. Mrs. Porter merely nodded, a knowing smile playing at her lips as she returned to creating the dress that would mark Clara's new beginning. The stagecoach rattled into Silver Creek with a spray of dust and the clatter of hooves, drawing curious glances from townsfolk as it halted before the mercantile. Clara paused in her errand collecting the last ribbons for Hannah's hair to observe the unusual sight of well-dressed travelers descending from the conveyance, their Eastern finery immediately marking them as strangers to these parts. My goodness, Mrs. Daniels murmured beside her. Those gentlemen look as though they've stepped straight from a Philadelphia fashion plate. Clara took in their polished boots, fine wool suits, and the evident quality of their leather cases. A smile of recognition dawned across her face as the taller of the 2 men spotted her and raised his hat in greeting. Miss Wilson, he called, his Boston accent crisp against the backdrop of frontier sounds. The blacksmith's hammer, horses nickering at the livery, the distant bawl of cattle. What a stroke of good fortune to find you so quickly. Mr. Harrison, she replied, stepping forward to greet him. And Mr. Whitcomb. What an unexpected pleasure. The men approached, their expressions warm with genuine pleasure, despite the weariness of travel evident in the creases of their clothing and the dust that clung to their polished boots. "We've come to meet this remarkable craftsman of yours," Mr. Whitcomb said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "After receiving his latest pieces, we simply had to see his workshop for ourselves." Clara's heart swelled with pride. "Eli will be astonished. He's at the homestead now, finishing a commission. And we hear congratulations are in order," Mr. Harrison added, reaching into his leather case to withdraw a carefully wrapped package, "a small token for your nuptials." Before Clara could respond, Hannah came racing down the street, her pinafore fluttering behind her like wings. "Miss Clara! Papa said to fetch you home quick. There's—" She skidded to a halt at the sight of the distinguished visitors, her eyes widening as she dropped into a hasty curtsy. "Oh, good afternoon, sirs." The journey to the Thornton homestead was filled with Hannah's cheerful chatter as she perched between Clara and the Boston merchants in the rented buggy. The child's natural exuberance drew smiles from even the reserved Mr. Whitcomb as she pointed out landmarks along the way. Ellie stood in the dooryard as they approached, wiping his hands on a cloth, his expression shifting from curiosity to stunned recognition as the merchants descended from the buggy. "Mr. Thornton," Mr. Harrison said, extending his hand, "your work has captivated our clientele. We simply had to meet the artist." The afternoon unfolded like a dream as they gathered around the rough-hewn table that Clara had covered with her best tablecloth. Hannah proudly served the tea Clara had taught her to prepare, while the merchants unveiled not only wedding gifts, fine linens, and delicate porcelain that must have been carefully packed for the arduous journey, but also leather portfolios containing commissions from Boston's finest families. "These are beyond anything I expected," Eli said, his voice husky with emotion as he studied the detailed requests. Mr. Whitcomb leaned forward, his teacup balanced carefully on his knee. "We've come with a proposal, Mr. Thornton. We wish to represent your work exclusively in Eastern markets." A flicker of concern crossed Eli's face. "I can't relocate. Our life is here." "Which is precisely why we've come in person," Mr. Harrison interjected smoothly. "We don't want you to change a thing. The knowing of your pieces being crafted here in this untamed country by a true Western artisan, it adds immeasurably to their appeal." As sunset gilded the prairie beyond the windows, plans were laid for regular shipments, for expanding Eli's workshop, perhaps even for apprentices. Clara watched the tension ease from Eli's shoulders with each detail settled, understanding how perfectly this resolution of his business concerns complemented the personal happiness that had bloomed between them. Later, as the merchants settled into the town's small hotel, Eli drew Clara onto the porch, his arms encircling her waist as they gazed at the first stars emerging in the violet sky. "It seems impossible," he murmured against her hair. "Everything aligning just so." Clara leaned into his solid warmth. "Perhaps not impossible," she whispered. "Perhaps simply meant to be." The evening before their wedding day settled over the homestead like a benediction. Lanterns cast a honeyed glow through the windows, and the scent of late summer flowers drifted through the open door. Hannah had finally been persuaded to bed after extracting promises that she would be woken at the first light to begin preparations for the momentous day. Clara sat by the hearth, her fingers busy with last-minute stitches on Hannah's sash, though her mind wandered to the morrow and all it would bring. The soft scrape of Eli's chair as he rose broke her reverie. "I have something for you," he said, his voice low and tender in the quiet room. He crossed to the cabinet where he kept his most precious tools and withdrew a small wooden box, its surface polished to a warm glow. Kneeling before her, he placed it in her hands. "It isn't customary, I know, to give such gifts before the ceremony," he said, uncertainty threading through his words. "But this couldn't wait for tomorrow's fuss and formality." Clara set aside her sewing, feeling the weight of the box, substantial yet not heavy, and the care evident in its crafting. She lifted the lid with trembling fingers. Nestled on a bed of velvet lay a locket, its surface a masterwork of silver and gold. Delicate engravings of wildflowers, the same varieties that had adorned Emily's grave the day of his proposal, framed the oval, while flowing script intertwined their initials along its edge. It was larger than Hannah's beloved locket, but undeniably crafted by the same hand, with the same devotion. "Oh, Ellie," she breathed, lifting it from its resting place. The metal warmed instantly to her touch. "Open it," he urged, his voice rough with emotion. Inside, protected by crystal, were 3 miniature portraits. Hannah in the center, flanked by Clara and Ellie, their faces rendered with such loving detail that Clara's vision blurred with tears. "How did you—" Mr. Wickham brought the artist's work with him. I sent the sketches ahead weeks ago, hoping. He shook his head, wonder in his gaze. "I never dreamed he'd bring them in person." Clara traced the contours of the locket with a fingertip. "It's exquisite. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "You helped me share my work with the world," Eli said, taking her hands in his. "It seemed fitting that my most important creation should be for you." He swallowed hard. "It's all there, Clara. The past, honored and remembered. The present, full of joy. The future, bright with promise." Tears spilled freely now, but they were tears of pure, unbridled happiness. Clara closed her fingers around the locket, feeling its weight against her palm, substantial yet light, like the love they had found together. "Will you?" she asked, holding it out to him along with the invitation to place it around her neck. Eli rose, taking the locket and moving behind her chair. His fingers were sure and gentle as they fastened the clasp, his breath warm against her nape, the metal settled against her collarbone as though it had always belonged there. When he came around to face her again, Clara stood and stepped into his embrace, the locket pressed between their hearts. "Thank you," she whispered against his shirt front, "for this perfect representation of our journey." His arms tightened around her, and in the quiet of the evening before their wedding day, they stood together. Past honored, present embraced, future welcomed with open hearts. Chapter 19. Wedding Day. Dawn light filtered through the thin curtains of Clara's small room, painting golden patterns across the patchwork quilt she'd soon leave behind. She lay still for a moment, savoring the quiet and the knowledge that when night fell again, she would return to this house as Eli's wife, this room no longer her own, but part of a shared life. The floorboards creaked gently as she rose and moved to the washstand. Cool water from the pitcher splashed against her heated cheeks, droplets clinging to her lashes as she gazed at her reflection in the small mirror. The woman who looked back at her seemed somehow changed already. Her eyes brighter, her expression more settled than it had been on that desperate day she'd first arrived in Silver Creek. After dressing in her everyday skirt and shirtwaist, Clara retrieved her mother's Bible from the bedside table. The leather binding felt smooth against her fingertips, worn from years of faithful reading. She settled by the window where the light was strongest and let the pages fall open where the ribbon marked her last reading. "Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things," she read aloud, her mother's voice seeming to echo in the familiar words. "Love never fails?" Clara traced the faded pencil marks her mother had made in the margin years ago. "For my Clara, when her time comes." The simple note brought tears to her eyes, tears of mingled joy and wistfulness that her parents couldn't witness this day. A hesitant knock interrupted her reverie. Before she could respond, the door cracked open and Hannah peeked in, her face alight with excitement. "Are you awake, Miss Clara? Can I come in?" The child didn't wait for an answer, slipping through the doorway with her hands hidden behind her back. Her nightgown had been replaced by her second-best dress, though her hair remained in its sleeping braids. "You're up early, sweetheart," Clara said, setting aside the Bible and opening her arms. Hannah flew across the room and into Clara's embrace. "I couldn't sleep anymore. It's wedding day." She pulled back, her expression suddenly solemn. "I brought you something." From behind her back, Hannah produced a small posy of wildflowers, their dew-damp stems wrapped in a scrap of faded blue ribbon. Brilliant Indian paintbrush and golden prairie sunflowers were interspersed with delicate blue flax blossoms. "I got up real quiet so I wouldn't wake Papa and went all the way to the meadow," Hannah explained breathlessly. "Mrs. Porter told me a bride needs something old and something new and something borrowed and something blue." She thrust the posy toward Clara. "These blue ones can be your something blue." Clara accepted the slightly crushed bouquet, touched beyond words by the child's thoughtfulness. "They're perfect," she whispered. "Thank you." Hannah beamed. "Can I help you with your hair? I've been practicing with my doll, and Papa says I'm getting real good at braiding. Clara looked into the earnest face before her and felt a swell of love so profound it nearly took her breath away. I would be honored, she said, reaching for her hairbrush. Let's practice together. As Hannah's small fingers worked through her hair, Clara closed her eyes. This simple moment of connection as precious to her as any wedding gift could ever be. The church bell pealed joyfully in the crisp September air as townsfolk and ranchers from the surrounding homesteads filed into the whitewashed building. Sunlight streamed through the windows, catching on ladies' brooches and the polished buttons of men's Sunday coats. Inside the small anteroom, Clara smoothed her hands over the ivory silk of her wedding dress, marveling at how the women of Silver Creek had transformed simple fabric into something so beautiful. Tiny pearl buttons marched up the fitted bodice, while delicate lace, Mrs. Porter's own from her trousseau, adorned the modest neckline and cuffs. You look like an angel, Mr. Harrison said, his Boston accent warm with approval. The merchant stood resplendent in his Eastern finery, a boutonniere of prairie wildflowers adding a frontier touch to his formal attire. I'm honored to stand in for your father today. Clara squeezed his offered arm gratefully. Thank you for accepting such short notice. My dear, he replied, patting her hand. Escorting such a bride is a privilege, not a duty. The wedding march began, the church organ wheezing slightly as Mrs. Miller coaxed the notes from its ancient bellows. Clara took a steadying breath as the door opened before them. The church overflowed with familiar faces. Every pew filled beyond capacity. Children sat on parents' laps. Ranch hands stood shoulder to shoulder along the walls. And at the back, looking somewhat out of place but undeniably pleased, sat the territorial judge. His presence, ostensibly in town for James Wright's upcoming trial, lent an unexpected dignity to the proceedings. But Clara saw none of them clearly, her gaze fixed on the altar where Eli waited beside Reverend Thomas, Hannah standing proudly at his side. Father and daughter were transformed in their new finery, Eli in a tailored black coat that enhanced his broad shoulders, Hannah in a dress of pale blue that matched the forget-me-nots woven into her carefully arranged curls. Each step down the short aisle seemed to Clara both too slow and too swift. The faces of neighbors who had once whispered behind their hands now beamed with genuine goodwill. Mrs. Porter dabbed at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, while beside her the usually stoic Mr. Porter nodded approval. Time seemed to slow as she reached Eli. Mr. Harrison placed her hand in Eli's calloused palm, the gesture simple yet profound in its symbolism. Clara felt the strength in Eli's fingers as they curled gently around hers, anchoring her when emotion threatened to overwhelm. "You're beautiful," he whispered, his voice rough with feeling. Hannah reached up to take Clara's free hand, completing the circle. "We match," she said happily, touching the flowers in her hair and then the blue blossoms tucked into Clara's bouquet. Reverend Thomas smiled at the three of them before addressing the congregation. "Dearly beloved," he began, his voice carrying to the farthest corner of the packed church, "we are gathered here today not only to witness the union of this man and this woman, but to celebrate how love can flourish, even in the most unexpected circumstances." As Eli's steady voice repeated his vows, Clara felt the last vestiges of her old life, the loneliness, the uncertainty, the fear, falling away. In their place bloomed a certainty as bright and enduring as the gold band Eli slipped onto her finger. "What God has joined together," Reverend Thomas pronounced, "let no man put asunder." The church erupted in applause as Eli drew Clara into a kiss that managed to be both properly restrained for public view and deeply promising. Hannah bounced on her toes beside them, her face split in a grin that rivaled the September sunshine streaming through the windows. As they turned to face their community, now truly theirs, Clara caught sight of the territorial judge raising his hat in silent tribute. Even he, a man accustomed to weighing evidence and rendering judgment, seemed touched by the undeniable rightness of this union. Outside, the church bell pealed again as they stepped into the golden afternoon light, no longer three separate souls, but a family, bound by choice and love and the blessing of a community that had finally embraced them as its own. Sunlight spilled through the simple glass windows of the church, casting prismatic rainbows across the worn wooden floorboards, where Clara and Eli stood facing one another. The congregation fell silent as Reverend Thomas opened his Bible, the leather binding creaking softly in the hushed sanctuary. "Marriage," the Reverend began, his voice warm and resonant, "is a sacred covenant ordained by God as a blessing to his children." He looked from Eli to Clara with genuine affection. "Sometimes the Almighty brings souls together through unexpected paths, testing our faith before revealing his greater purpose." A murmur of agreement rippled through the assembled townsfolk. Clara felt a flutter of emotion as she caught Mrs. Porter dabbing at her eyes in the front pew. "Eli and Clara have traveled such a path," Reverend Thomas continued. "Through trials and sorrows, through misunderstandings and revelations, they have discovered the truth that was waiting for them all along, that God had selected each for the other if only they had eyes to see and hearts to understand." Eli's fingers tightened around Clara's, his calloused palm warm against her skin. She returned the gentle pressure, drawing strength from the connection. "The couple will now exchange their vows," Reverend Thomas announced, nodding to Eli. Eli cleared his throat, his deep voice steady despite the emotion Clara could see gathering in his eyes. "I, Eli James Thornton, take thee, Clara Elizabeth Wilson, to be my wedded wife." The traditional words flowed with solemn sincerity. "To have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part." He paused, then continued with words that were his alone. "I promise to honor your keen mind and cherish your generous spirit, to listen when you speak and hear what remains unspoken, to build a life worthy of the trust you've placed in me, and to thank God each day for bringing you to our door when we needed you most." Clara blinked back tears as she began her own vows, her voice growing stronger with each word. "I, Clara Elizabeth Wilson, take thee, Eli James Thornton, to be my wedded husband." The age-old promises fell from her lips like a blessing. "To have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death us do part." Drawing a steadying breath, she added her personal pledge. "I promise to honor the memory of your first wife while creating new traditions for our family, to nurture Hannah's spirit as if she were born of my own body, to stand beside you through whatever challenges we may face, and to remember always that our meeting, though born of sorrow, has blossomed into a joy beyond measure." A small rustling drew their attention as Hannah stepped forward, her face solemn with the importance of her role. On a small velvet cushion, Mrs. Porter's contribution, rested 2 gold bands. The larger was simple and solid, befitting a craftsman's hand. The smaller gleamed with delicate engravings that caught the light. Tiny roses and morning glories, a perfect replica of those Clara had coaxed from the prairie soil to brighten their dooryard. "The rings, please," Reverend Thomas requested, smiling at Hannah's careful approach. Eli lifted the smaller band, holding it between thumb and forefinger. "I crafted this with my own hands," he said softly, for Clara's ears alone, "working by lamplight while you slept. Each flower represents a quality I treasure in you, strength disguised as delicacy, beauty rising from unlikely soil, faithfulness through changing seasons." As he slipped the ring onto her finger, Clara felt as though her heart might burst with happiness. When it came her turn to place the matching band on his work-roughened hand, her fingers trembled slightly, but her voice remained clear and true as she repeated the final promises that would bind them as husband and wife. "By the authority vested in me," Reverend Thomas proclaimed, his face alight with genuine pleasure, "I now pronounce you husband and wife." He closed his Bible with a decisive thump. "What God has joined together, let no man put asunder." Ellie's kiss was gentle yet possessive, a promise of private tenderness to come. When they turned to face the congregation, Hannah slipped between them, taking each by the hand, and the applause that greeted them celebrated not just a union of man and wife, but the sacred forging of a family made whole at last. The celebration spilled from the church doors like an overflowing river, winding through the streets until it filled the town square with music and laughter. Trestle tables appeared as if by magic, their rough surfaces soon hidden beneath checkered cloths and platters heaped with the bounty of Silver Creek's kitchens. Gold-encrusted pies, hams glazed with honey and cloves, mountains of biscuits still warm from the oven, and cakes frosted in wedding white. "I've never seen such a spread," Mr. Harrison commented to Clara as he filled a plate with Mrs. Miller's renowned fried chicken. "Your Boston society affairs pale in comparison to this honest abundance," Clara smiled, watching as children darted between the adult skirts, their faces smeared with desserts sampled ahead of the proper meal. Silver Creek may lack in formality, but never in generosity. At the edge of the square, a group of men assembled with fiddles, a concertina, and a guitar that had seen better days. After a moment of tuning that set Clara's teeth on edge, they launched into a lively reel that had boots tapping and skirts swaying before the first measure ended. Mrs. Porter appeared at Clara's elbow, flushed with excitement and punch. "It's time for your first dance as husband and wife," she announced, all but pushing Clara toward the open space being cleared in the center of the square. Eli stepped forward to meet her, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he extended his hand. "May I have this dance, Mrs. Thornton?" The name, her name now, sent a thrill through Clara as she placed her fingers in his. "You may indeed, Mr. Thornton." As Eli guided her into a waltz, the musicians gentling their tempo to match the dignified dance, Clara was struck by how natural it felt to be in his arms. For all his size and strength, he moved with surprising grace, his hand at her waist both support and suggestion as they circled beneath the strands of paper lanterns that glowed like earthbound stars in the gathering dusk. "Happy?" he murmured, his breath warm against her temple. Clara tilted her face to meet his gaze. Beyond measure. The first stars were appearing in the deepening blue sky when Hannah slipped from Mrs. Porter's watchful eye and hurried to their side, her earlier decorum forgotten in childish impatience. "May I dance too?" she asked, bouncing on her toes. "Mrs. Miller says it's proper for the family to dance together at a wedding." Eli laughed, the sound rich and unrestrained in a way Clara had rarely heard before today. "Mrs. Miller is absolutely correct," he agreed, releasing Clara's waist to offer his hand to his daughter. Without hesitation, Clara completed the circle, taking Hannah's other hand in hers. As the musicians struck up a familiar folk tune, the three moved together in a simple round dance, their steps forming a pattern as old as time, forward and back, in and out, separate yet connected by the bonds of love and choice and shared purpose. Lantern light caught in Hannah's curl. "Make a wish," Hannah urged, squeezing Clara's hand. Clara closed her eyes briefly but found she had nothing to wish for. Everything her heart desired was already here, within the circle of their joined hands, beneath the canopy of stars, surrounded by a community that had become home. "No need," she said softly. "God has already granted more than I dared ask." As the music swelled around them, Clara surrendered to the perfect knowledge that sometimes the most difficult journeys led to the sweetest destinations, and that love, when freely given and gratefully received, could indeed make all things new. Chapter 20. Homecoming. Twilight painted the western sky in ribbons of amber and rose as Eli's wagon approached the homestead. Clara's fingers tightened around the small bouquet of wildflowers she'd saved from the celebration, her heart quickening as the familiar silhouette of the Thornton home appeared against the darkening horizon. Only now it was her home, too. Hannah bounced on the wagon seat beside her, nearly vibrating with excitement. "We're almost home, Miss Clara." She stopped abruptly, a furrow appearing between her brows. "I mean, Mama Clara, that sounds strange still." Clara smiled, tucking a stray curl behind the child's ear. "We'll find our way together. You can call me whatever feels right in your heart." Eli's hand covered hers, warm and reassuring. "We have all the time in the world to figure things out," he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to travel directly to Clara's center. The wagon rolled to a stop before the house, and even in the fading light, Clara could see something was different. Fresh white paint gleamed on the window frames, and pots of late-blooming asters flanked the front step. "Wait," Eli said, setting the brake and helping Hannah down first. "There's a proper way to do this." Before Clara could respond, he circled the wagon and lifted her bodily from the seat, cradling her against his chest as though she weighed no more than Hannah's rag doll. "Eli Thornton!" she protested, though without conviction. His eyes crinkled at the corners. "Mrs. Thornton," he replied, the name a caress. "A man carries his bride across the threshold. It's tradition." Hannah scampered ahead to push open the door, candlelight spilling out to welcome them. As Eli carried her over the threshold, Clara gasped at the transformation. The familiar main room glowed with more than just lamplight. Every surface had been polished to a warm sheen. Fresh curtains of cream muslin framed the windows, and a colorful rag rug brightened the plank floor before the hearth. "The ladies of Silver Creek have been busy," Eli said, setting Clara gently on her feet. A spray of fresh wildflowers adorned the mantel, and arranged on the dining table was an array of wedding gifts: a hand-pieced quilt, gleaming mason jars filled with preserves, a set of delicate china teacups, and more practical items for their shared life. "Look, look!" Hannah tugged Clara toward the small desk in the corner, where a letter waited, sealed with wax and addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Thornton in Mr. Harrison's elegant hand. The Boston gentleman left this before they departed. "We'll read it tomorrow," Eli said, his arm slipping around Clara's waist. "Tonight is just for us." Hannah fidgeted, clearly bursting with a secret. "Can I show her now, Papa?" "Please?" Eli nodded, his expression softening at his daughter's excitement. Hannah seized Clara's hand, practically dragging her back toward the door. "Close your eyes. It's outside, and it's a surprise." Clara obliged, allowing herself to be led back onto the porch and down the steps, the cool evening air caressing her face. "Now look!" Hannah commanded. Clara opened her eyes to see the child pointing proudly toward the gate. There, illuminated by a lantern Hannah must have placed specially, hung a wooden sign, its surface meticulously painted with clear, if somewhat wobbly letters. "The Thornton Family, Eli." "Clara and Hannah, I made it myself," Hannah announced, chin held high. "Papa helped with the cutting and sanding, but I did all the painting. Mrs. Porter showed me the proper way to mix the colors so they wouldn't fade in the weather." Tears welled in Clara's eyes as she knelt to embrace the child. "It's the most beautiful sign I've ever seen," she whispered against Hannah's hair. "Thank you." "Are you crying because you're sad?" Hannah asked, pulling back with concern. Clara shook her head, smiling through her tears. "No, sweetheart. Sometimes hearts get so full of happiness they overflow through our eyes." Eli's hand came to rest on her shoulder, and Clara covered it with her own. The three of them connected in a moment that seemed to exist outside of time. A perfect alignment of souls who had found their way to each other through grief and hope and the mysterious workings of Providence. As they turned back toward the house, their home, Clara felt a sense of rightness settle deep in her bones. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, as proclaimed by the simple, perfect sign, the Thornton family. The telegram arrived 2 weeks later, delivered by a freckle-faced boy who'd ridden out from town specifically at Reverend Thomas's request. Clara accepted the envelope with fingers that trembled slightly, recognizing the territorial courthouse seal. Eli paused in his work at the forge, wiping his hands on a rag as he crossed the yard to her side. "What is it?" Clara broke the seal and unfolded the single sheet. "It's about James Wright," she said, scanning the terse official language. "He's been convicted, sentenced to life imprisonment in the territorial prison." A weight she hadn't realized she still carried seemed to lift from her shoulders. No more would she start at unexpected sounds or glance over her shoulder when alone. No more would Hannah need to be watched with extra vigilance when playing outdoors. "It's over then?" Eli said. Not a question, but a statement of finality. Clara nodded, folding the telegram carefully. "Justice has been served." That evening, as Clara helped Hannah with her reading lesson at the kitchen table, a knock sounded at the door. Eli rose to answer it, admitting Mrs. Porter, who brandished an envelope as though it were a prize trout. "This came on the afternoon stage," she announced, extending it to Clara. "I thought you might want it straight away rather than waiting for your next trip to town." The handwriting was unfamiliar, the postmark from a town Clara didn't recognize. She opened it with curious fingers while Mrs. Porter settled herself at the table, clearly planning to stay until the mystery was resolved. "It's from Mrs. Wright," Clara said with surprise, scanning the first lines. James's mother. "Dear Mrs. Thornton, I pray this letter finds you well in your new life. Word has reached us of your recent marriage, and both Mr. Wright and I wish to extend our heartfelt congratulations. You may have heard that James has been sentenced for his crimes. While we cannot rejoice in a son's downfall, we acknowledge that justice has been properly served, and pray that confinement might lead to the reflection and repentance that freedom did not inspire. I write primarily to thank you for your kindness to our grandchildren during the darkest hours of our family's trial. The court has granted us permanent guardianship, and I am pleased to report that Abigail and William are thriving in our care. They speak often of the teacher who showed them compassion when others offered only judgment, and who ensured they had clean clothes and full bellies when their father could not. William has shown a remarkable aptitude for mathematics under his new schoolmaster's tutelage, while Abigail's needlework would make you proud. They are resilient souls, and with God's grace, the sins of their father need not determine their future path. Should you ever find yourself in our corner of the territory, our door stands open to you and your family. With deepest gratitude, Margaret Wright." Clara folded the letter carefully, blinking back unexpected tears. "Good news, I hope?" Mrs. Porter inquired, never one to contain her curiosity. "The best kind," Clara replied. "The Wright children are safe with their grandparents, who have been granted permanent guardianship." "Well, praise be," Mrs. Porter declared. "Those poor lambs deserve some stability after what they've endured." Later, after Hannah had been tucked into bed with a story and a kiss, and Mrs. Porter had departed with the latest news to share with the town, Clara joined Eli on the porch. The September night was crisp with the promise of approaching autumn, the stars brilliant in the clear sky. "I didn't realize how much it still weighed on me," Clara admitted, leaning against the solid warmth of his shoulder, wondering about those children, worrying that James might somehow— "It's truly over now," Ellie said, wrapping his arm around her. "The shadow that followed you here has been banished for good." Clara nodded, thinking of the twists and turns that had led her to this moment, how the darkest chapter of her life had, improbably, opened the door to the greatest joy she'd ever known. "Do you ever wonder," she asked softly, "at the mysterious ways God works? How something as terrible as James's crimes could ultimately lead to something as precious as what we've found?" Eli's fingers traced idle patterns on her shoulder as he considered. "I stopped questioning Providence, and I never imagined that the prim school teacher sent to replace Mrs. Hollister would upend my carefully ordered existence." "Carefully ordered?" Clara teased. "Is that what you call a workshop that looked like a cyclone had struck, and a daughter who'd forgotten what vegetables looked like?" His arms tightened around her in response. "Imperfect, then, but made perfect through you." As they sat together in companionable silence, watching the moon rise over the rolling prairie that stretched beyond their small homestead, Clara felt a sense of completion that went beyond mere happiness. This was contentment in its purest form, the knowledge that whatever storms might come, they would weather them together, bound by choice and love and the divine orchestration that had brought them to this moment. The territorial prison might hold James Wright's body, but it could never contain the unexpected blessing that had arisen from his evil intentions. For, in seeking to destroy lives, he had inadvertently created the circumstances for them to be rebuilt, stronger and more beautiful than before. Like the gold Eli shaped in his forge, Clara reflected, true joy often emerged from the hottest fires of adversity, purified, refined, and made precious by the very trials intended to consume it. Autumn painted the cottonwoods along the creek in shades of gold and copper, their fallen leaves creating a rustling carpet beneath Clara's feet as she gathered the last of her garden's bounty. The air carried a crispness that hinted at the coming winter, still distant but approaching, with the inevitability of seasons turning in their eternal dance. Inside the snug cabin, lamps already glowed against the early dusk, their light spilling across the table where Eli had spread several large sheets of parchment. Hannah leaned over them, her braids dangling precariously close to the inkwell as she traced a finger along the careful lines. "What are these, Papa?" she asked as Clara entered, her basket heavy with the last of the season's squash and root vegetables. Ellie looked up, his eyes warming at the sight of his wife. "Plans," he said simply, beckoning Clara closer. "Come see what you think." Setting aside her harvest, Clara moved to join them at the table. Her eyes widened as she recognized the detailed architectural drawings spread before her, their cabin, but transformed and expanded beyond recognition. "Yuli," she breathed, taking in the carefully rendered additions. "Is this?" "Our home," he confirmed, his calloused finger indicating the existing structure before tracing the proposed additions. 2 more bedrooms here, a proper parlor there, and a covered porch wrapping around to catch both morning and evening light. Clara's gaze traveled over the drawings, marveling at the detailed craftsmanship evident even in the plans. "When did you have time to create these?" "Been working on them at night, after you and Hannah were abed." His smile held a touch of sheepishness. "Wanted it to be a surprise." He shuffled the papers, revealing another set of drawings. "And this is for the workshop. Twice the current size with proper windows to catch the northern light and specialized areas for the different types of metalwork." Pride and excitement mingled in his voice. "The latest letter from Mr. Harrison indicates the Eastern commissions will continue through the winter. We have the means to do this, Clara." "All of it." Clara traced the outlines with a fingertip, memories of her first sight of the modest cabin flashing through her mind. How small and rustic it had seemed to her Eastern-bred eyes. "Financial security beyond what I imagined possible," she murmured. "What do you think?" Eli asked, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. Clara studied the plans more carefully, her practical nature asserting itself. "It's wonderful, but I'd suggest one addition." She pointed to a space beside the proposed new parlor. "A proper classroom here, with large windows for light. Somewhere I can teach Hannah and the neighboring children during the winter months when traveling to town is difficult." Ellie's expression brightened. "You want to teach again?" "Not formally," Clara clarified. "But the Peterson children and the new family that settled beyond the creek, their little ones have no schooling at all between December and March. It would be a blessing to offer them learning through the harsh months." Hannah bounced on her toes. "Could I help teach the little ones their letters? Mrs. Porter says I have a gift for explaining things." Clara smoothed a hand over the child's hair. "You would be an excellent teaching assistant." Eli's arm circled Clara's waist, drawing her close to his side as they contemplated the plans together. "It's settled then. We'll break ground before the first frost and have the framework up before the heavy snows. Come spring, we'll complete what winter postpones." Later, as Hannah slept and the cabin settled into nighttime quiet, Clara and Eli stood on the small porch, gazing at stars so brilliant they seemed close enough to touch. His arm around her shoulders anchored her against the autumn chill. "Are you happy with this life, Clara?" he asked, his voice carrying no real doubt, but rather the wonder of a man still adjusting to unexpected blessings. She leaned into his solid warmth, considering the journey that had brought her to this place, the desperation that had driven her west, the grief that had marked both their paths, and the joy they had found together despite it all. "More than happy," she replied softly, "content in a way I never knew was possible." His lips brushed her temple, a benediction in the gathering darkness. "Then we'll build this home together, just as we've built this life, beam by beam, day by day, with faith to guide us through the winters." Sunset gilded the new additions to the Thornton home, the fresh-cut pine gleaming honey gold in the slanting light. Clara rocked gently in the chair Eli had crafted for her, the rhythmic motion soothing the infant cradled in her arms. Through the nursery's wide windows, she could see the distant mountains, their peaks still snow-capped. "That's enough for now. The words will come later." A shadow in the doorway drew their attention. Eli leaned against the frame, his shirt sleeves rolled up, and a smudge of soot still visible on his forearm despite his efforts to wash before entering the house. The lines of weariness around his eyes were softened by the expression of undiluted contentment as he surveyed his family. "There's my people," he said, his voice hushed in deference to the drowsing infant. Clara felt her heart swell with familiar joy at the sight of him, Even after a year of marriage, the simple fact of his presence in her life remained a source of wonder. "Joseph finally surrendered to sleep," she whispered, as Eli crossed to them, bending to place a gentle kiss on his son's forehead before brushing his lips across Clara's. "Stubborn like his mama," Eli teased, earning a mock scowl from Clara. Hannah giggled, "and strong-willed like Papa," she added, wise beyond her years. A knock at the front door interrupted their moment of family tranquility. Hannah skipped off to answer it, leaving Eli and Clara exchanging curious glances. "We're not expecting anyone, are we?" Clara asked. Before Eli could respond, Hannah's excited voice carried down the hallway. "Papa, Miss Clara, it's the Boston gentleman again." Clara carefully transferred the sleeping Joseph to "Your work belongs in the finest homes in America." After refreshments were served and Hannah had proudly shown the merchants her latest needlework, the men retired to inspect the expanded workshop while Clara checked on Joseph. Finding him still peacefully asleep, she stepped onto the wide porch that now wrapped around the enlarged home. The setting sun bathed the land in amber light, transforming ordinary fields and distant mountains into a landscape of breathtaking beauty. Clara leaned against the railing, marveling at how foreign these vistas had once seemed to her Boston-bred eyes, and how essential they had become to her sense of home. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Eli's arms encircled her waist. "Penny for your thoughts, Mrs. Thornton." Clara leaned back against his solid chest. "I was just thinking how strange the workings of Providence truly are, that I should find my heart's home so far from where I began." His lips brushed the sensitive spot below her ear. "Regrets?" She turned in his embrace, meeting his gaze directly. "Not one," she whispered. "This is where I was always meant to be." Their hands intertwined, wedding bands catching the last golden rays of sunlight. From inside came the sound of Hannah's laughter as she presumably entertained their guests, followed by Joseph's awakening cries, demanding his rightful place in the family circle. As if summoned by some unspoken signal, Hannah appeared in the doorway, the baby expertly balanced on her hip. "He wants his mama," she announced, though her confident handling suggested she had the situation well in hand. Before Clara could respond, the sound of wagon wheels and cheerful voices announced the arrival of neighbors. The Petersons' wagon led a small procession, children spilling from tailgates before wheels had properly stopped, bearing covered dishes and musical instruments for the harvest celebration. Clara had almost forgotten in the excitement of the merchant's visit. "I'll take him," Eli said, reaching for his son. "You go welcome our guests." As Clara moved to greet the arriving family, she caught a glimpse of the tableau behind her. Eli cradling Joseph against his broad shoulder, Hannah chattering animatedly at his side, the expanded home gleaming in the sunset's glow. Beyond them spread the workshop where Eli's artistic vision had found expression and recognition, and further still, the mountains that had witnessed their unlikely union. Mrs. Porter bustled up the steps, her basket heavy with fresh-baked pies. "Land sakes, Clara, you're looking at that family of yours like you've never seen them before," she teased gently. Clara smiled, accepting the basket with a grateful nod. "Sometimes I still can't believe they're mine to love." "Best blessings often come after the hardest trials," the older woman observed, patting Clara's hand. "Now, let's get these tables set before the men start complaining of hunger." As twilight settled over the gathering, lanterns were lit and fiddles tuned. Children darted between clusters of conversing adults, their laughter a counterpoint to the music that soon filled the air. Eli found Clara amid the festivities, Joseph once again in her arms, his small face illuminated by the golden glow of lantern light. "Dance with me," Eli asked, nodding toward the cleared space where couples already circled in time to the music. Clara glanced down at their son. "With my hands full?" Hannah appeared, as if conjured by need. "I'll hold him," she offered, her young face solemn with responsibility. "You and Papa should dance." As Eli led her to join the other dancers, Clara caught sight of their shadows stretching across the yard, two figures who had once been strangers, now moving in perfect harmony. Beyond them, the mountains stood sentinel against the darkening sky, witnesses to the journey that had brought them all to this moment of grace. "Thank you," she whispered, not to Eli alone, but to the providence that had guided her steps to this place, this man, this life that exceeded every dream she'd dared to hold. For what? He asked, his hand warm against the small of her back as they turned with the music. Clara's gaze swept over the scene, Hannah swaying with baby Joseph at the edge of the dancers, neighbors and friends sharing food and conversation, the home they had built together strong against the coming night. In the fading light, she could just make out the sign, still hanging proudly at their gate. The Thornton family. For everything, she answered simply, the words encompassing a gratitude too vast for fuller expression. As the last rays of sun surrendered to twilight, the Montana sky unfurled its canopy of stars above the Thornton homestead, above the blacksmith who had found love again, the once stranded bride who had discovered her true home, and the children who completed their circle. It was, Clara thought as Ellie drew her closer, the perfect ending to one chapter and the perfect beginning of all that lay ahead.